watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Grand Prairie Stadium in Grand Prairie, Texas for the final weekend of the regular season. Minor League Cricket 2024 finds the top two teams in the Central Division taking each other on as the visiting Chicago Kingsmen take on the home team Dallas Xforia Giants. This is a number 1 and a number 2 matchup, and this feels like a playoff match. Two very loaded teams. Again, the top two teams in the division. We can probably go through the team lists in just a second, but we can talk about what this means in terms of the overall season. Essentially, these two top teams will be playing in all likelihood in the playoffs. There's an outside chance that the team that is currently third in the division, the St. Louis Americans, could potentially get there if the St. Louis Americans remain where they are and they're done. But you have the St. Louis Americans in third place and the Dallas Xforia Giants, were they to lose horribly, to take a hit on net run rates such that they would go below the St. Louis Americans, then it would be the St. Louis Americans who gets that number 2 spot. But for all intents and purposes, you're looking at the two teams from the Central Division that will be representing in the playoffs. The playoffs start on Tuesday of this week right here in Grand Prairie. By the way, this is Brian Walters. I'll be with you for tonight's match. A tremendous atmosphere, perfect conditions. Grand Prairie always has brilliant weather. And the outfield is like a carpet, as you'd imagine had you been here before. By the way, speaking of the playoffs, if you all can get to Grand Prairie this coming week, every single game is free. There'll be 3 games a day from 10 a.m., 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. All 3 games per day, Tuesday through Friday, are free, and then the final on Sunday is also free. So it costs you nothing more than the effort that it takes to get you down here. Quick look at the teams warming up. That is the Dallas Xforia Giants warming up, and we'll be talking about what happened at the toss. We'll go to that video right now. Welcome to Grand Prairie, Texas for the final weekend of the Minor League season 2024. Top of the table clash between the Chicago Kingsmen and the Dallas Xforia Giants here at the toss. Captains Hamad Azam and Akashid Gomel. Third umpire is Viswa Munakutla. The toss will be spun by Akashid. Tails is the call, umpire.
Heads it is.
It is a heads. So Akashid, you've won the toss. What do you want to do and why?
We would like to bowl first. I mean, it's a new pitch, and we would like to chase as well because having target inside is always better, playing in under lights. So, yeah, that is why we want to bowl first.
For the most part, your team is locked into number 2, unless I'm reading the table improperly. So what are you trying to get from today's game?
We just want to play competitive cricket, and we are playing against one of the best team in the entire minor league, and we are equally, prepared for this battle, and just we just want to play our best cricket. That's it. Not thinking too much.
Fantastic. Go well.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So, Hamad, you lost the toss. What would you have wanted to do had you won?
I mean, we're probably gonna ball first as well, but the thing is, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to win a championship, you can't rely on toss and these things. So it's gonna be a good practice for us.
So last year you were on this ground with a different color jersey. What does it mean to bring a different team back here to Grand Prairie?
I mean, like, yeah, last time it went great for me, but this year, like, I'm playing for this franchise for the last 3-4 years, so it's good to be back in the team.
Fantastic. Best of luck. So, the news from the center is that the Dallas Xforia Giants have won the toss and they've decided to bowl. So there you have it, the Dallas Xforia Giants winning the toss and choosing to have a bowl under really brilliant conditions, as I mentioned. I think the conditions are good for either bowling or batting, and whatever the team's preference is, I don't think would have been adjusted in any way by the conditions. In other words, the conditions are relatively neutral. So maybe in a second we'll go through the team lists. The Xforia Giants will be essentially looking to solidify their spot at number 2. As I said earlier, I don't think necessarily that they can fall out of that number 2 spot. They would have to lose by a tremendously large margin here. And in order for them to drop to number 3, it would take a pretty Herculean effort for them to do that. So essentially you're looking at the top 2 teams, the Chicago Kingsmen, the best team in the division by a fair distance. And looking at the points table, the Kingsmen have won 6, have not lost any. So 6 up out of 7. There was one no result as they ended up with a game that was washed out. So they have 13 points, easily the top team on the table. The Dallas Xforia Giants, from 7 games played, have won 5, lost 1, and there was one no result. So they have 11 points. As I said earlier, the St. Louis Americans are the number 3 team, 5 wins, 2 losses, and 1 no result. So they are also tied on 11 points. By virtue of a superior net run rate, the Dallas Xforia Giants are the number 2 team. And again, it would take a pretty big loss for the Dallas Xforia Giants to fall to number 3. The net run rate for the Xforia Giants is 1.41. The net run rate for the St. Louis Americans is 0.58. So somebody who is smarter than me can probably do the math and see how big a loss it would take for the net run rate to actually fall below that of the St. Louis Americans. And realistically, I don't see it happening. So again, this is going to be top of the table clash, and the Kingsmen themselves really have done very, very well. Looking at what they've done so far this year, they played on yesterday in Pearland, played against the Lone Star Athletics. Won that relatively easily, bowled out the Lone Star Athletics. Maybe not bowled them out. They got through the innings, got through at 114 for 9, and the Kingsmen chased it relatively simply without only losing 3 wickets. They played against the St. Louis Americans, or they should have played against the Americans, but that game was rained out on the 22nd, so that was abandoned. They played against the Michigan Cricket Stars. 178 for 5 is what they scored, and then the Michigan Cricket Stars only able to muster 130. Played against the Chicago Tigers, so that was an inner city matchup. 152 for 6 is what the Tigers got, and the Kingsmen overhauled that target in over number 16 for the loss of only 1 wicket. So a pretty convincing win there. And then earlier in the season, they played against the Michigan Cricket Stars, won that by 8 wickets. Played against the St. Louis Americans, won by 32 runs. And then the first game of the season, pretty dominating performance over their crosstown Chicago Tigers. So very dominant team overall. And I think you'll see that there is a certain amount of electricity in the air. Talking about the 2 teams themselves, and both have talent tremendously. You can look at the talent on the Chicago Kingsmen, and you need look no further than the fact that they have no fewer than 5 of their players who played in the major leagues this year. So Hassan Khan, you saw him feature for the San Francisco Unicorns. Hamad Azam, the captain, featured in the last 2 seasons for major leagues for the Seattle Orcas as well as MI New York. Zia-ul Haq, the left-arm fast bowler, played right here in Texas for the Texas Super Kings. Ehsan Adil, the former Pakistani opening bowler, played for MI New York in the major leagues. And then Tajinder Singh played for the San Francisco Unicorns. So tremendous talent. And that is not to in any way denigrate the talent that is on the Dallas Xforia Giants. And they have one major leaguer in their lineup, Shubham Ranjane, who would have represented for a significant period of time for both major league seasons. So one of the most exciting all-rounders that you'll see anywhere in cricket. But I don't think that there is any denying the fact that when the Chicago Kingsmen take the team or take the field, they are a star-studded team. And without giving away my pick, at some point we'll all have to make picks. But I think the Chicago Kingsmen have a really good look at being able to win this entire thing. So we're just waiting for the conditions to be assessed such that the umpires can come out. By the way, the umpires tonight on field are going to be Karthik Nachimutu and Samir Bandekar. You saw third umpire Viswa Munukutla at the toss. He is essentially there in case of emergency, but the 2 on-field umpires are both very experienced. You all, if you followed cricket here in this country for a while, you probably know the name Samir Bandekar more than you do the name Karthik Nachimutu, but both are very experienced and both brilliant umpires. And as of right now, we're about 5 minutes away from start. Just as a reminder of what happened here, the Chicago Kingsmen lost the toss. Hamad Azam called it wrong, and as a result, the Dallas Xforia Giants choosing to have a bowl. Captain Akarshik Gomel generally prefers to chase, and I think that has more to do with the preference of the player and of the captain than it does anything about the conditions. And by the way, we spoke about the umpires. You'll see both umpires to the right of your screen just now making their way to the middle. It can be a little bit difficult with all the players who are in orange and blue to mix them up with the umpires who are in orange or peach and black, but they're on their way out. And then we'll see the huddle taking place right now as the Dallas Xforia Giants are going to be looking to take the field, and in about, let's say, 3 minutes or so, we'll get the action on the way. So Hamad Azam is the captain. The batters going to be for the Chicago Kingsmen. I would assume Kevin Phillip and Faraz Ali will be your opening batters. Hamad Azam, Tajinder Singh, Abhimanyu Paswal, Hassan Khan, Hasib Azam, Saad Ali, Ramiz Raja, Anwar Ali Khan, and Ehsan Adil, Anshul Bisht, and Zia-ul Haq. I believe those are your 11. And we'll get that confirmed as soon as we can. But either way, regardless of who walks out, both of these sides are going to be very loaded, and it's going to be a really exciting match. So stick around for the next 3 or so hours. I think you'll find that the action from right here in Grand Prairie is going to keep you at the edge of your seat. There you see the opening batters making their way to the middle. And I think you'll see a long game that is going to be taking place, long in the sense that it is going to take some place or take some time for one team to separate itself from the other. But ultimately, you're going to see a very exciting match, and I want to see exactly how this turned or presents itself for the remainder of the evening. But for the most part, a really good day of cricket awaits us all. So, just a little bit of time before we get settled here. The batters making their way to the middle. So just taking a little bit of time to get settled, and apologies that you do not have yet the scorecard on the bottom of your screen. We are having a few technical difficulties. We'll get that sorted as soon as possible. Big picture, you'll need to know that it is the Chicago Kingsmen who will be taking strike. Bowler coming from the southern end of the ground, which is the river end here in Grand Prairie, will be Gaurav Patwal. And we'll see what he's able to bring to the table. Bowling to Ramiz Raja. Ramiz Raja, the very exciting opening batter. Really, he can play anywhere in the lineup. But as an opening batter, he's very aggressive. Loves taking the attack to the bowlers. And I think you'll see that for the next several overs, particularly during the power play overs, he tries as much as possible to cash in on those fielding restrictions. Again, the fielding restrictions, if you've not watched a cricket match or not understanding what that restriction is, during the first 6 overs, the first 36 legal deliveries, there can only be 2 fielders outside the circle. And look for Ramiz Raja to cash in on exactly that. And so we'll be having here now Gaurav Patwal to take the new ball in hand from the river end. Ramiz Raja is ready. We're just waiting on umpire Nachimutu to say play. And we will see it as of right now. You heard play, and here we go. First ball of the day. Quick single, punch to mid-on. And from the first delivery, you're off and running. Gaurav Patwal getting that one just on the pads. You'll probably want to be a little bit more on off stump. And Ramiz Raja is not somebody who you want to bowl to his pads very often. He's very, very strong off his pads like most good batters. And he likes that ball coming in exactly that direction. So it's going to be Faraz Ali who will partner with Ramiz Raja at the top of the order. Faraz Ali appears to be taking a middle stump guard, left-handed batter. And we do now have the scorecard. So there you have it. And you see that first slip in position, top right of your screen. Look out for the side of the top edge or the outside edge. Little stop and a start here by Gaurav Patwal. I mentioned the first slip fielder. That is the captain, Akarshit Gomel. Anything that comes off of the edge and there's a little bit of a way movement, plus the angle that's created from him going over the wicket to the left-hander, can keep that player in play. Pay attention to that. That's not a ball that's going toward the outside edge, though, firing it down the leg side. So just having a little bit of trouble finding the right line here to start with. Gaurav Patwal. Man with the gloves on, in the center of your screen is young Arjun Mahesh. I've said a number of times that for my money, probably the man with the best gloves, certainly playing in this game, and for my money, one of the top 5 in the country. So really exciting. Want to see him. Everything that he does in this game will be very interesting. Played into the leg side. It's going to be just a single. The 2 outside of the circle, interestingly, to the left-hander, Faraz Ali, are down at square leg and down at deep fine leg. Those are the 2 that you can have outside the circle. And there is a little bit of cat and mouse going on, because we'll pay attention after this ball. We'll describe the size of the field, the dimensions of the field, and exactly how that might play into the strategy by Akarshit Gomel, because we're playing on the far easterly side, the far easterly pitch, and we'll talk about that after this delivery. Hammered away over the top. A lot of work for deep third to do. He won't get there. The first boundary of the day for Ramiz Raja. I mentioned that he tends to be very aggressive, loves taking the attack to the bowlers. In fairness, this one was a little too short and a little too wide. Cashing in on this. Look at this delivery. Outside. Started outside, swinging away even further. And once you have that type of a field, you cannot bowl that line. That only allows the batter to freeze arms and go over the top. So the first boundary of the day. And we'll see whether or not Gaurav Patwal can make the adjustment, because with this field, he's going to have to be closer to off stump. Let's see if he can make the adjustment. Much better. Fuller and straighter, defended by Ramiz Raja. So talking about the dimensions of the field, by the way, as you see on your screen, that graphic bottom left represents where the fielders are. So that at 10 o'clock, you see that dot. That's a fielder down at deep third. And at 2 o'clock, you see a fielder there at deep square leg. Those are the 2 outside the circle. That's a good representation of it there. Those are the only 2 that you can have outside at this stage of the game, inside the power play. And we'll talk about the dimensions again after this next delivery. Hammered away. This is going to get close to the boundary. Don't think it will get there. Long chase and a good sliding stop. They may get 3 here. Coming back for the 3rd now. Getting it without much fuss. And that is a good time to bring up the dimensions. That ball was played toward the longer or the larger boundary. As you look at your screen, to the left of your screen is the longer side of the boundary. That is 83 yards in that direction. So that ball was hit well, but it was hit to the longer side. And that's why that ball didn't make it all the way to the boundary. To the right of your screen is the shorter side, and that's 62 yards. And so a hit in that direction gets to the boundary a lot quicker. So pay attention to how that develops the rest of the way. Play it into the deep square leg area. That is a single to close out a good, productive first over for the Kingsmen. End of 1, the score is 11 without loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
$11 runs coming from that first over from Gaurav Patwal. Second over of the innings will be bowled by Harish Kakani. Right arm fast bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Faraz Ali. And you might just be able to hear the applause going around the ground because they're trying to exhort each other to pull things back. This Chicago Kingsmen team is a very, very strong side. You don't want them to get away because they can essentially take the game away from you very, very quickly. Here's the first delivery from Harish Kakani. Whipped away into the deep. There's a man at deep square leg. He has work to do. Good diving stop. That is great work. He'll come back for 2, but he certainly saved his side 2 runs there. Positioned at backward square leg, and he made maybe 10, 15 yards to his right and diving to pull that one back about a foot inside the ropes at deep backward square leg. So you never know how much of a difference that one piece of athletic fielding can make. There you see on the screen, bottom left of your screen, is what the field looks like for the left-hander. Ooh, goes for the big drive, misses. That's the good channel. The right-hander or right-hand fast bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, getting that ball to slant across him. That's exactly what you're trying to do. That line is one that will trouble the left-hander and will keep first slip Akashik Gamel interested, because those are the types of deliveries, particularly early in the innings, that can cause trouble for most batters. Most batters don't like the ball going across them, and it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to maintain that type of pressure. Here's the next delivery. Defended to mid-on. Quick single. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. No issues there. So 3 runs from the first 3 balls. This is certainly a better over for Harish Kakani than the first one bowled by Gaurav Patwal. Ramiz Raja, it's going to be interesting to see when he goes here, because he is the big side of the ground is to his pull side, his leg side. In other words, as you look at the ground now, to his left is the big side. So there's always the chance that the fast bowler can bowl a bouncer to try to tempt him to hit in the air, because that goes in the air to the big side. So pay attention to the point at which Harish Kakani, if he chooses to do that, when he does it. Great delivery. I may have just gotten past the keeper himself. Not much trouble there, because I believe that didn't come off the edge. And there you see a quick conversation being taken place between Samir Bandekar and Harish Kakani himself. Harsh Kakani, I think, guilty of running into the danger area. And this might be something for you to pay attention to. As you look at the screen right there, there's a little bit of a white mark. You'll see the white line, horizontal line at the bottom of your screen. Just ahead of that white line, there's a little white spot. I'll talk about what that white spot means after this ball. Punch to mid-on, no run. So, he fumbled it, and they do end up taking a run. So as you look at your screen, the horizontal line, and then there's a little bit of a white dot. Look about a foot in front of the stumps closest to you and to the left. That little white spot denotes the area beyond which the bowler cannot land in his follow-through. And if he goes in that area, then he absolutely will be admonished by the umpire, because you cannot essentially deface the playing surface, and that's what the umpires will be looking for. Good delivery, goes past the outside edge. That is the end of an over. A good over. 4 runs coming from it. Harsh Kakani with a much more successful second over than the first one, bowled by Gaurav Patwal. End of over 2, the score is 15 without loss.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
$15 without loss after 2. Ramiz Raja 9 from 6. Faraz Ali 5 also from 6. And 1 extra is what you have so far. That extra being a wide bowl in the first over by Gaurav Patwal, who's now back in to bowl, from his perspective, hopefully a better over than the first one that he bowled. And that is a good start. Bang on target. That is the length that essentially keeps the batter stuck on the crease, can't go forward, can't go back. And that line appeared to be just over middle and off. And so that for me is a better start. Anything too wide, Ramiz Raja will flay it over the offside. Anything too straight, then he'll go down the leg side. So that line and that length is a good way to start. Hammered straight. Yes, no. And it eventually gets stopped. That is Gaurav Bajaj at mid-on. Didn't quite hit it as cleanly as he would have liked. Ramiz Raja. Take a look at this again. Hit it, but it made a good sound off the bat. Oh, I see what happened there. It was actually struck off of the hand of the bowler. I missed that live. So had that been or not been deflected by the bowler, that would have gone away for 4. So you can say that he saved 4 runs there, but that's not the most comfortable of ways to save 4 runs. Next delivery. Played to mid-on. Quick single taken. And ends up not taking a shot at the stumps. So yeah, going back to that play, I missed it live. I thought it was hit relatively well, and then seeing it end up at mid-off, or mid-on rather. Here, let's see if we can take another look at this. Ball is struck really firmly and right back at him. There you see. There. Oh, I'll tell you what. Technically, that is a drop catch, but you can easily see how that could have broken his wrist. So he might consider himself lucky, Gaurav Patwal. And you end up getting a single there, but my goodness. And that's a very difficult way to field a delivery. Reaching for this one, a little too wide for the liking of umpire Karthik Nachimutu. That is the second wide of the day. Both bowled by Gaurav Patwal. I would not be surprised if Gaurav Patwal would come off after this after this over, because that ball was struck with some power. And when you're on your follow-through as a fast bowler, you're obviously going in the direction where the ball is coming from. He did not have time to react to it. And he really is lucky there that that ball did not do more damage than it ended up doing. Defended into the offside, no run. And you see in the bottom left of your screen, that's what the field looks like for the left-handed Faraz Ali. again, if he hits to his left, as you see on the graphic, that is the large side of the ground. So that man at 10 o'clock is your deep fine leg. The man at 9 o'clock is your deep square leg, and both of them are on the big side of the boundary. I really would not be surprised if he were to test Faraz Ali with a short ball at some stage here, because again, if he hits in that direction, he'll be hitting towards the big side. Goes full, thick outside edge, and it will run away for 4. So you have 2 men in the deep behind the square, or one behind square on the leg side, one in front of square, both on the leg side. So you need to be bowling a much straighter line than that. This is very wide and very full. Essentially, you're asking that to be hit through the area where it ended up getting hit. And so there is probably a bit of a mismatch between what you're trying to do with the 2 fielders in the deep and the type of delivery that you just bowled. So he'll probably want to fix that. 6 runs from the over already. Last ball coming up. And a productive over so far for the Kingsmen. Here is the last ball to Faraz Ali. Worked into the deep, and this is again the big side of the ground. Good strong throw. Coming off the ropes is Ramandar. A single closes things out here in over number 3. End of 3, 7 coming from that over. The score is 22 without loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Harsh Kakani to continue. 4 runs came from his first over. This is played very nicely through the offside, running close to the boundary. Long run by Sankirth Batula, and he will not get there. That is an excellent shot. Faraz Ali playing the proper cover drive, not overhitting the ball, hitting it at the top of the bounce. And just that type of shot has a home in any version of cricket. Racing across the carpet for yet another boundary. So the Chicago Kingsmen looking for them to be much more aggressive from here. They're scoring at the rate of 8.21, but they bat very deep. They're a very star-studded side, and it's going to be up to the Xforia Giants to try to do something to pull them back, because you don't want this team with a full head of steam, because 200 or 250 runs is not out of the question. Looking to play this one into the deep. They may get 2 here, running quickly, and that's a long run by the fielder down on the ropes at deep mid-wicket. Would never get there in time, so another 2 runs. So speaking of projections, 8.4 is the current scoring rate. You see that at the bottom of your screen. 8.4 runs and over translates to a score of 168. They get that up to 10 and over from here, they'll get to 195. 11 and over takes them to 211. They have the type of batting prowess that can essentially accelerate from where they are now. So pay attention as they go through the rest of this innings. Played off the back foot, no run there. So you are now down to the last 99 balls of the innings. 28 runs on the board. The 2 batters are Faraz Ali, 16 from 12, and Ramiz Raja, 10 from 9. But I've made the point before that they bat very deep, and they're a star-studded side. They can score very quickly, and even though they were put in to bat, and their preference, according to Hamad Azam at the toss, he would have preferred to bowl first himself. But whether batting or bowling first, they are a tremendous side. And I would really, from here, if I were the Xforia Giants, look to see the ways that I could contain this batting lineup, because they can be explosive. Harsh Kakani again. In the air toward deep mid-wicket. How far has this gone? Into the seats at deep mid-wicket. Getting that one just a little too straight, and he clips it effortlessly off his pads for the first 6 of the day. And again, that is to the shorter side of the ground, so that did not require much effort to clear the ropes out there. There you see the replay. The ball landing probably in the 2nd row out at deep mid-wicket. That is 62 yards out there. So let's say that was about a 68, 69-yard hit. Doesn't take a lot of effort to clear the boundary. Of course, I'm speaking comparatively because it's still a big hit. Here, looking at this again, into his pads. That's a good representation of it. You're going to want to be outside of off stump. Anything that is going into the pads is one that any good batter is going to be able to score off of. So 12 from the over so far. 2 balls remaining. And the Chicago Kingsmen are exceptionally dangerous. And the Dallas Xforia Giants are going to be at the top of the mark here. Looking at where he's batting actually on off stump. So you really need to be outside the line of off. Off the outside edge, that is a better line, much better line. That is Chaitanya Bishnoi, who does the fielding down at deep third. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 4. So 2 overs and 1 ball remaining in the power play. After the power play, you can have as many as 5 fielders outside of the circle. But as of right now, you're still restricted to 2. So you're going to see where this pair, and in particular, I'm going to keep saying it, Ramiz Raja, who does not like being tied down in any way, likes to take the attack to the opposition. I'm going to expect that he'll want to cash in on these remaining deliveries in the power play. Bang down the ground for 4. Got too close to him, and it is absolutely sent back in the direction it came from. Ramiz Raja finishes with a flourish. 17 runs come from over number 4. At the end of 4, the score is 39 without loss. So the first change in bowling as Shubham Ranjane takes up the attack from the river end. Talked about him earlier. Major leaguer, brilliant all-rounder, and his job right now is simply to keep this pair quiet. They're scoring at almost 10 and over. 4 overs have yielded 39 runs. Bowling to Faraz Ali. Played off the back foot, work for the sweeper out there, but he's positioned exactly for that shot. So you'll take singles at this stage when you can get them, because the alternative is the ball sailing into the stands for 6 or going across the carpet for 4. Still inside the power play. There's the field that is set for the right-hander. There's a sweeper on the offside and a man at deep backward square leg. So pay attention to what he is going to be able to do here, Shubham Ranjane, and to whatever extent he can, if he can calm things down. And 2 singles from the first 2 balls in over number 5 tells you or suggests that he is calming things down. That's what you want to have happen. So this pair off to a good start. 40 runs on the board, make that 41 after that single. Faraz Ali, 24 from 15. Ramiz Raja, 15 from 11. The overall scoring rate is 9.46. 9.46, talked about projections earlier. 9.46 projects to a score of 189. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, 200 runs is not out of the question here. Played off the back foot, quick single. Hesitated for a quick second, but it was good calling by Ramiz Raja to call Faraz Ali through for that single. So 3 singles, a much more sedate start with the ball. Have to give credit to Shubham Ranjane for having calmed things down from the first 3. But of course, you still need to go through the next 3 deliveries with as minimal damage as possible. And after a few singles, you can bet that Ramiz Raja will be looking to be aggressive. There is the aggression, but he didn't get all of it. Is it going to land safely? Yes, it does land safely. At deep mid-wicket, they'll jog through for a couple. Good strong throw. That was played to the shorter side of the ground, and it still landed probably 10 yards inside the boundary rope. So you see that Ramiz Raj at that time rehearsing the shot. Didn't quite go through to the extent that he wanted it to. But I'll tell you, as of right now, they're going to be looking aggressive. And from here, you're down to the last 92 balls of the innings. You've not lost any wickets yet, so expect that aggression to continue. Plays this very late to backward point. That is a single, no run. 5 runs have come from the first 5 balls of this over. So great bowling here from Shubham Ranjane, doing his best to pull things back. And I think that you'll see him continuing exactly in the same vein, because he's very good generally at being able to restrict the side, especially during the power play. However, he is up against a man who has full license to go hard at the ball. 1 ball remaining here in over number 5. Here is that 1 ball. Goes for the big hit, and it goes down the ground. Didn't quite get it cleanly, and ends up not getting a run from it. So 5 runs coming from the over. Brilliant over from Shubham Ranjane. That is the end of over number 5. The score is 4-4 without loss. Minor League Cricket 2024 presented by Yash Technologies and Ann Milk Union Limited. Amol is also one of the presenting sponsors, and the official apparel partner is IRA Sportswear. And it will be yet another bowling change, as it's going to be Sankirth Batula bowling from the theater end. Tall, right arm fast bowler. Done very well for the year, but again, he's up against a pair here who you get the sense will not feel any hesitation to go hard, especially since this is now the last over of the power play. Bowling to the left-hander for Azali, 25 from 16 with 2 4s and a 6. Short deliver, played away into the deep, easy as you like, well in front of square, no threat whatsoever in that type of shot. And I think you'll see that Sankirth Batula will want to pitch that ball up, because you want anything in that direction to be more threatening. In other words, it was sort of a long hop outside of off stump. You saw the replay there. Actually dragged that from outside the line of off stump. He had all kinds of time to play that shot. And he continues marching on here for Azali, 29 from 17 with 3 4s and a 6. And just a little bit of an adjustment needed here from Sankirth Batula. Slammed, but straight to extra cover. I'll tell you what, that was actually struck better than the ball that went away for 4. Made a good sound off the bat, but extra cover right in the right position to get that one. So 4 balls remaining inside the power play. The power play has been very productive so far, scoring at the rate of 9 and over. You see that at the bottom of your screen. 9 and over projects, of course, to 180. But I think if they ended up with 180, the Kingsmen would be disappointed. They're going to want much more than that. And this one is placed a little bit better than the previous delivery. Gets it past that man at extra cover, races across the carpet for 4. That brings up the 50. Overall score was what I mean. And then Faraz Ali now gets into the 30s. He's now 33 from 19 with 4 4s and a 6. And with his partner Ramiz Raj at the other end, 17 from 14 with 2 4s. I think you'll see that they will continue to shift through the gears and keep getting more and more aggressive. The 2 fielders outside the circle are deep third and deep backward square leg. So that would seem to be the area that you'd want to be bowling. I would think that you want to be bowling short of length on off stump with that type of field. Gets a single here. And so with 2 balls remaining inside the power play, they have gotten off to the type of start that sets the table for the big hitters down the lineup. Big hitters like Hassan Khan, like the captain Hamad Azam, like Tajinder Singh. There is so much firepower to come that you essentially start shuddering if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants, because if you don't start taking wickets, then you will have the situation be that anyone who comes in after this partnership has been broken can play with a certain amount of freedom. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 6. Straight down the ground for 4 more. Ramiz Raj has played that shot a number of times. Didn't exactly hit it cleanly. He can hit it cleaner than that, but it still went racing straight down the ground for 4. So 13 have come from the over so far with 1 to come. Look at this delivery. Slanting in and really a thick inside edge, if you will. Maybe not inside edge, but off the inner half of the bat. If he hits that according to how he would have wanted to play it, I think it would have gone straight back over the bowler's head. This one drags it a little bit wider. Look where this ball ends up going. Oh, thought we see it on the replay there. So either way, you still get 4 down the ground. So it's still a productive shot. And here's the last ball of the over. Tries to play the pull shot. That's a good delivery. It's the type of delivery that you would think he'd be bowling with the field that he has set. Ends up getting a single here. Scrambling to get to the other end without much fuss, Ramiz Raja. 14 come from that over. 58 runs on the board after the power play. Chicago Kingsmen are off and running. So really productive opening partnership here for the Kingsmen, Ramiz Raj and Faraz Ali. Faraz Ali in particular looking really threatening. 34 from 20 with 4 fours and a 6. Ramiz Raja 22 from 16 with 3 fours. And another change in bowling, as this is going to be Abhinav Chowdhury taking up the attack from the river end. You are now out of the power play, so you can be much more defensive with the field settings, and they immediately drop as many people as you're allowed outside of the circle. There's a deep point, there's a long on and long off, there's a deep mid wicket and a square leg. So those are the 5 outside of the circle, wanting to be as defensive as they can be here for Abhinav Chowdhury, bowling to Ramiz Raja. Worked into the deep, should just be a single. That man at deep mid wicket we just mentioned in position for that exact shot. So you expect for maybe the scoring rate to drop just a little bit out of the power play, but you're also at the stage in the innings where, without having lost the wickets, you expect that the Kingsmen will continue to be aggressive. So maybe even if there is a slight drop off initially outside of the power play in terms of the scoring rates, that you would not expect it to last. And it is right now at 9.57. A scoring rate of 9.7 projects to a score of 191. And again, as I said earlier, I think 200 runs is definitely on the cards here. Around the wicket to the left-hander, he cleans him up. There is a good delivery. I want to see where this one passed. Looking at it live, it looked like it passed the inside edge of the bat, but the zing bales light up in the middle of the night, and Abhinav Chowdhury has the first wicket for the Xforia Giants. Faraz Ali, 34 from 20. Here's see on that delivery. Oh, exposing all 3 of his stumps. Not sure that he wanted or needed to do that, but give credit to the bowler. That was slanted in from around the wicket. It pitched and straightened. So certainly give credit to the bowler for that. And I think that Faraz Ali will be kicking himself for having essentially danced down the track to try to get at the new bowler. I don't know necessarily that he needed to do that, but never mind that. The first wicket is down and he'll be happy. He'll be satisfied with that. Never a bad thing to break this opening partnership. And I think from their perspective, they needed to break that opening partnership to make sure that you kept things under control. So 59-run opening partnership is broken. That is the end of Faraz Ali. And one left-hander replaces the other here. Asad Ali is the man coming to the crease to replace Faraz Ali. Asad Ali is a classical type of player. Doesn't necessarily look to dance down the track. I wouldn't expect him to do what you just saw Faraz Ali do. And a good opening partnership has to be said. A really good opening partnership. And you want to make sure that you capitalize on that. So Abhinav Chowdhury with success in his first over. I think that you'll see that he will try to maintain that type of pressure, work the way into the deep. There's a man down at deep fine leg, immediately off the mark. And now Ramiz Raja, how does he handle it from here? Because to the extent that you have less than, well, you have 81 balls remaining in this innings, but you do have a lot of firepower in the lineup. So I think you'll see that aggression is going to continue, slamming it but straight to Shubham Ranjani at cover. So good comeback here. Really good going from Abhinav Chowdhury. So you got a single and then a dot. So 4 deliveries into over number 7. Only 2 runs have scored and you've already taken a wicket. So this is excellent, excellent going by Abhinav Chowdhury. I think you'll see that he'll continue pushing along in that vein. Here's the next delivery. Goes for the big drive, misses, maybe just losing his shape a little bit there. Abhinav Chowdhury is showing a certain amount of maturity that belies his status as a U21 player. He's a young man, 19 years old, but he's showing the discipline here, nothing loose in terms of line or length, and keeping that ball just out of the driving range of Ramiz Raja. Ramiz Raja wants to attack him, even with the fall of the wicket. He wants to maintain his dominance. Abhinav Chowdhury is so far keeping it out of the hitting zone. Here's the last ball. He cleaned him up. Oh my goodness. So 2 runs come from the over and 2 big wickets. Both openers are removed. Ramiz Raja clean bowl for 23 from 20. And all of a sudden, look at this delivery. Slanted in and moving in just a little off the seam. That is a peach of a delivery. And you will see here, look at this delivery, moving in, actually off of the thigh pad onto the stumps. And that is a huge body blow. Excellent bowling by the young man, Abhinav Chowdhury. His first over yields 2 runs, but he takes 2 wickets. And that is the end of over number 7. The score is 60 for 2. Well, the complexion of this game has changed tremendously in the last 6 deliveries. The Kingsmen were sailing along 59 without loss. We were talking about scores in the range of 200 plus. All of a sudden, Abhinav Chowdhury has changed this game with 1 over, 2 wickets taken, both openers sent back. Now Shubham Ranjani to continue. And seeing if there's any way that they can continue to apply pressure to the Kingsmen. Again, it bears repeating, the Kingsmen are a tremendous, tremendous side. And even after having lost a couple of wickets up front, they can bat deep. And so it's going to be up to the Dallas Xforia Giants to continue to try to maintain that pressure. Having said that, though, you've done a really good job here, having sent back the two openers. So the two at the crease now relatively new. Tajinder Singh will be facing his first delivery, and Sadali has only faced 2 balls. So I think you'll see that effort to pull things back. Interesting, a new innovation here is the umpire cam. We'll take a look at that again after this delivery. Defended by Tajinder Singh. And you might have seen at the end of the last over where there was a man in a gray uniform, a gray shirt and pants, who ran onto the field. That is the great Hassan, who has fitted umpire Nachimutu with a camera. So we'll go to that camera as soon as we can. We'll see some action from what it looks like from square leg. Oh, good delivery, sailing past the outside edge. So the scoring rate has slowed down tremendously. 2 runs came from the last over, in which 2 wickets fell. And the first 3 balls in this over number 8, have only yielded 1 run. Shubham Ranjani into his second over. Only so far yielded 6 runs. And this feels more like what the Xforia Giants would have had in mind when they decided to bowl first. Last 3 balls of the over coming up. In the air for a while, lands short of mid-on, but yet another dot ball. So you've gotten to the point now where the momentum has absolutely switched the other direction. There's your umpire cam, umpire Karthik Nachimutu. That is what you're seeing if you are umpire Nachimutu standing at square leg. And that gives you a good sense of what that looks like from the ground. Umpire Nachimutu actually standing outside of the 30-yard circle. You usually don't see umpires stand that far away from the action, but he's a very good umpire and he knows where to stand. Outside edge goes between the keeper and first slip for 4. Oh, that could have been another wicket. You might have heard the loud, despairing scream from Shubham Ranjani. Looking at this replay, that would have passed right between first slip and the keeper. Akarshik Gomel, the captain, and Arjun Mahesh, the keeper. Look at this. Look where this ball goes. Outside edge. Oh, my goodness. It was angled inward, and so that had Arjun Mahesh going to his left. And so the outside edge essentially caught him wrong-footed, and then it was, I think, too far away for Akarshik Gomel to get to it. So a fortuitous boundary, but they'll take it. Tajinder Singh getting off the mark with an edge. It doesn't look any different in the scorebook, though. Here's the last ball. In the air, just over the top of the man at extra cover. A couple more runs here, probably. Oh, so a couple of exciting deliveries to close out over number 8. End up with 7 runs coming from the over. Could have had a couple wickets in that over. At the end of over number 8, the score is 67 for 2.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Abhinav Chowdhury with a golden over. His first over, conceded 2 runs and took 2 wickets, sending back the 2 openers. 67 for 2 is your score. Now Saad Ali on strike. Down the leg side. That is the 3rd wide of the day. Saad Ali, 2 from 2. Tajinder Singh, 6 from 5. I think you'll see where both of these batters are going to want to try to recreate the type of momentum that was set by the 2 at the top of the order, Faraz Ali and Ramiz Raja. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, Saad Ali. Again going down the leg side. So a couple of wides to start over number 9. Officially no deliveries bowled yet because an over is 6 legal deliveries. Those first 2 deliveries going down the leg side don't count as legal deliveries. There is a good look for you right there for the umpire cam. That is from the perspective of umpire Nachimutu, who's standing at the striker's end. That gives you a good sense of what he's looking at as he looks down the pitch. Abhinav Chowdhury, 2 deliveries in, no official deliveries yet in over. That's Betzer. Bang on target on off stump, defended by Saad Ali, no run. So both of these batters, I think, have a little bit of work to do to get back the momentum that's been lost. The scoring rate is now down to 8.45 after that dot ball. And 8.45 projects to a score of 169. We were talking earlier about scores that projected upwards of 190, and I was thinking with the firepower that they have, the Chicago Kingsmen, that they can get in excess of 200. Oh, goes for the big pull, misses out on it, doesn't quite get up to the extent that he wanted it to. That might have been a pace off type of delivery. So you'll certainly get the benefit of taking the pace off and having that one be exactly the type of delivery that would be difficult for him to line you up. 4 deliveries remaining here in over number 9. Having said all of that, 200 I think is still on the cards because of how deep this team bats. But the Xforia Giants are doing well to fight to pull things back. Shy at the stumps, Captain Akarshik Gomel in the covers this time, but can't prevent that single. So Abhinav Chowdhury, 2 overs bowled. He's in his second over, essentially 9 legal deliveries bowled. And he's taken 2 wickets, conceded 5 runs. So really good going from him. But bowling to the left-hand, right-hand combination, he's going to have to be careful with his lines. And he fired a couple down the leg side for the left-hander. Let's see how well he does here to Tajinder Singh. Struck firmly right to, oh my goodness, struck to the fielder at cover. A direct hit at the non-striker's end is going to result in a single taken. A good piece of fielding. It has to be said that under those conditions, you're punished for a good piece of fielding. Coming down the track, striking it, and look at this, bottom of your screen, the throw comes in and it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end and ricochets away. And so it's, in essence, you're punished for having the accuracy that you did. Next delivery, clipped away, but straight to fine leg. Strong throw coming down to really nobody in particular. So a couple of singles, 5 runs from the over so far with 1 ball to come. The first 2 runs from the over were 2 wides. And you now gotten to the point where Tajinder Singh is showing signs of wanting to accelerate. You saw him walk down the track in that last over, in that last delivery that he faced. So he may be looking to try to recreate some of the momentum that clearly has been lost. Going now into the last 6 to 7 balls of the innings, Abhinav Chowdhury looking to close this over out strongly. Closes out strongly indeed. Defended back to the bowler himself for no run. 5 runs coming from the over. 2 of those were wides. At the end of 9, the score is 72 for 2.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
$72 for 2. Sanketh Batula to continue. First over went for 14, so he'll want a better over than that one. And here he is bowling to the left-handed Saad Ali, looking to pull this down the leg side, not able to get any bat on it. Saad Ali been around for a while. In his minor league career, he's played 27 matches, scored 748 runs, Average is 35.62 with a strike rate of 132. High score of 69. 50, or it's 4 times that he's passed 50. Passed 25 11 times. 65 fours and 29 sixes. So a very accomplished batter. Short, and there's the shot he was looking for. Missed out on the first one. This one he jumps all over and plows it to deep mid wicket for another boundary. At least his first boundary. So, as I mentioned, the type of stats that he's had in his career, he shows you why he's one of the more accomplished players around. Short delivery and just pouncing on that one, pulling it well in front of square. I said it earlier, if you're pulling a short ball in front of square, that speaks to your ability to recognize the length and immediately cash in. Now there's a man deep at mid-wicket, exactly where that ball just went. Played off the back foot. Oh, trouble here. Oh, a direct hit. Is he gone? Is he gone? Yes, he is gone. In fact, umpire Samir Bandekar not even bothering to raise a finger because the player himself knew that he was gone. Coming down the track, Tajinder Singh, and not even in the shot, and he knows he was gone. A direct hit of a pickup, a clean pickup in the infield, and that is the end of Tajinder Singh. He will not want to see that. I don't think there was a single there, and he wanted to take off down the wicket looking for one, and he unfortunately found himself short. The only question would have been whether or not that direct hit would have found its mark. It ends up finding its mark, and all of a sudden, the third wicket goes down. The partnership was worth some 16 runs. They came together when the score was 60, but it is now broken, and you'll find here that Tajinder Singh will be very disappointed at having been run out in the way that he was. In fact, my apologies. I think you'll realize that from here, the man coming in is going to be Hassan Khan. He lit up the major leagues this year in a way that few players have. Another look at it here. Clean pickup. Played into the offside. There's a clean pickup and firing at the non-strikers, and Tajinder Singh not even in the shot. And so it's going to be Saad Ali to continue, or facing up to Sankirth Batula. Boo, got that one a little too straight. He might consider himself lucky there. Sankirth Batula, that could have gone away for runs, went straight to short fine leg. So that run out does the trick for the Dallas Xforia Giants. But I talked about Hassan Khan earlier. You saw what he did in the major leagues this past season. Hassan Khan, a member of the San Francisco Unicorns in the major leagues. He's a left-arm orthodox spinner, but he's a right-handed batter, and he's a power player. Oh, this is probably an edge, but it falls before it gets to Arjun Mahesh. But precious dot balls being bowled here. The second ball of the over was crashed away for 4, but 5 dot balls, or make that 4 dot balls, have been the result of the other 4 deliveries. Now the last ball coming up here in over number 10. And all of a sudden, this game has a different feel about it. 3 wickets, and the Xforia Giants are trying to claw their way back in. Oh, look at that shot. That is lovely. Up and over the top of extra cover. Nobody out there. And that goes away for 4. An elegant looking shot by Saad Ali. And that is the end of over number 10. Really elegant. Look at this. Just effortless. Just up and over the top. Couple of bounces and goes away to the fence for 4. 8 runs coming from the over and a wicket. End of over number 10. The score is 80 for 3. Halfway through the innings, 80 for 3 is your score. And the batters are Saad Ali, 12 from 12, and Hassan Khan is about to face his first delivery from Abhinav Chowdhury. Crashed away, but there's a man out there in the deep. That is the long side of the ground. That is Chaitanya Bishnoi. They'll get a couple of runs. Anything that is hit in that direction is almost always going to be two, at least two, because of the size of the boundary out there. But he might consider himself lucky for that not to have gone away for 4, because it was short and it was wide. Hassan Khan not able to cash in on that the way that he would have wanted to. Abhinav Chowdhury bowling a good spell so far based on the results, though. Give him credit. Play it to mid-off, quick single, and they'll take it without much fuss. So, having to rebuild here, not quite generating the type of momentum at the back of the innings that you would think that they would have wanted to, because the formula for batting in such a way that you'd put up a big score is that you'd want the openers to stay there through maybe over number 8 and then have the others come in and play freely around them, and they've not yet been able to do just that. This may be 2 if they run hard. No, deciding only to get that one. Oh no, fumbled. Not quite there for the second run though. However, having said all of that, you're down to the last 57 balls of the innings, 84 runs on the board. You're scoring at the rate of 8 and over. 8 and over projects to 160, but you would think with the 2 hitters at the crease, one of whom is a really big hitter in Hassan Khan, and then batters like the captain Hamad Azam still to come, that there really would be the opportunity for you to still generate some momentum toward the back end of this innings. His next delivery goes big, but he did not get all of it. In the air, but catchable, and oh, he made a big fuss about it, but he eventually takes the catch. Bobbled it 4 times, but ends up catching it. And that is the end of Hassan Khan. How big a wicket is this? Look at this. Hassan Khan actually advancing down the track, and look at this. Bobbled it, and a number of times ends up taking eventually a good catch. Naushad Sheikh in the deep, who really fumbled a pretty straightforward chance, but ultimately put it away. So how big a wicket is that one going to be? Because that is the big hitter who I just talked about. Hassan Khan has to make way for the man who is now on your screen, Hamad Azam, the captain. So this to me feels like a big moment in this game, because as outstanding a side as the Chicago Kingsmen are, they have lost 4 huge top-order wickets, and it is now going to be the case that this pair, and here we look at this again. Here's what you see from the umpire cam. This is exactly what you see, lofted down the ground. That's what umpire Nachimutu is seeing when he gets that ball right down his throat, ends up bobbling it a number of times, and then eventually catching it. So good work here from Hassan, as I said earlier. And by the way, the Hassan I'm talking about is the Hassan, the producer, not Hassan, the batter, who essentially just gave away his wicket. But Hamad Azam is now at the crease. How big a moment is this? Because another wicket here, and you really would get the sense that the Kingsmen would really well and truly be on the back foot. I think 200 maybe off the cards, but how far can they get? Played off the back foot, immediately off the mark. Hamad Azam played into the offside. That is Chaitanya Bishnoi on the big side of the ground. 85 runs on the board. You're down to the last 55 balls of the innings, and that scoring rate all the way down now to 7.85. The projection is absolutely going in the wrong direction. If you are the Kingsmen, the projection was up over 185, 190 for a while. It is now all the way down to 157. Here's the last ball of over number 11. Played into the deep, and they'll just take a single here. So an excellent, excellent over. 6 runs coming from the over, and another wicket for the young man, U21 player, all of 19 years old, Abhinav Chowdhury, putting in a performance well beyond his years. End of 11, the score is 86 for 4.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
"86 for 4. I said it earlier, this game has taken on an entirely different feel in the last few overs. From 59 without loss to 86 for 4. And you've gotten to the point where the Dallas Xforia Giants are actually, for me, a nose ahead in this game. Gaurav Patwal back into the attack. The first ball is in the slot, is drilled down the ground for a boundary. So, maybe all is not lost yet, and I'm speaking slightly tongue-in-cheek because the Kingsmen still bat very deep. They still can go very far into this game, and they certainly can still put a big score on the board. And Saad Ali, who has been there now for a while, up to 14 from 14, has shown the ability to score quickly. And so I think you'll see that he'll try to again regain the momentum. And then Hamad Azam, you've seen him play before, you know the big hitter that he is, and he can absolutely destroy a bowling attack. I don't think that you'll see him immediately taking things on from this stage, but I think that you'll also see where he is going to attempt to keep the scoreboard ticking, and the closer that you get to the end of the innings, the more enterprising that you expect Hamad Azam in particular, and then this pair to be. Great delivery, goes past the outside edge. Beautiful, beautiful ball from Gaurav Patwal. His first 2 overs were more expensive than he would like. Quick look at the over by over chart. Over number 4, the biggest over in the inning so far, went for 17 runs. Overall, 8.06 is your scoring rate. And I think that you'll see, and that's what quick look at the points table. You don't expect things to change that much at the top. The Kingsmen and the Xforia Giants are 1 and 2, and I think those will be the 2 who will be going into the playoffs in those 2 positions. But work to do here first. Oh, interesting. Saad Ali taking a couple of steps down, and Gaurav Patwal choosing to not release that delivery. So, interesting. A little cat and mouse game going on here between bowler and batter. Still 3 balls to go here in over number 3. So the first over bowled by Gaurav Patwal went for 11. The second over he bowled went for 7. So 18 from the first 2 overs. A little bit more economical here. 22 overall from 2 overs and 3 balls. So he's only conceded 4 runs in this over so far. This one goes down the leg side though, and he'll have to re-bowl this. 51 balls remaining in the innings. 91 runs on the board. Scoring at the rate of 7.91. Therefore, your projected score from here based on this current run rate is 158. 9 and over from here gets you to 168. 10 and over gets you to 176. If you wanted to think aggressively and think 12 and over gets you to 193. Short delivery, plays and misses. Wanted the pull shot but played just a little too early, Saad Ali. Now interestingly, that short delivery came with the fielders at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg, but they are on the short side of the ground, so it would not take much of a hit to clear both of those fielders. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful here with his length, Gaurav Patwal, because those short deliveries, if Saad Ali latches on, he'll be hitting to the shorter side of the ground. Next delivery, played off the back foot. Just a single there. That is Shubham Ranjane in the covers. 1 ball remaining now in over number 12. And so in the mindset that requires you to rely on sort of shortcuts to predictions, if you double the score after 12 overs in the first innings, that ends up giving you a good sense of where the team may end up. They're at 92 right now. If you double that score, you'll get to 184. Let's see what happens off this last ball. But that generally is a good barometer for telling you where that team or a team batting first might end up. No ball, and played into the offside for a single. But importantly, this next delivery is going to be a free hit. We might just be able to catch it here on the replay, but obviously Gaurav Patwal overstepping, and you don't want to do that because you don't want to give any of these batters the opportunity to swing freely, swing for the fences, and this is a free hit. With a free hit delivery, there's only a number of ways that you can be out. There you see, great camera work. Look at his left foot. Something has to come down behind the white line, and you can step on or over the line, but something has to come down behind it. That's the free hit delivery, played away into the deep. A lot of work for long off. He fumbles it, but he prevents 4. So 2 runs off of that last ball. The free hit hurts them a little bit, but not much. Could have done worse, I guess. 10 runs coming from the over. Overall, 96 for 4 is your score after 12.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
See that there's nothing behind the white line. So you can step on the line, you can have most of your foot be over the line, but something has to come down behind the line. And that's why that was a no ball, and that's good camera work to be able to pick that up. So going back to my old wives' tale, doubling the score, 96 times 2 is 192. This suggests that you could potentially end up with that type of score. But there's plenty of work to be done before that. It's going to be Abhinav Chowdhury to finish what has been really a brilliant spell. Bowling over number 13. Bowl his full spell on the trot. Bowled 7, 9, 11, and now 13. And he has taken 3 wickets, only conceded 13 runs. Brilliant bowling by the 19-year-old. Bowling to Hamad Azam. Down the ground, should just be 1. Clean pickup by Gaurav Bajaj. And Hassan or Hamad Azam seem they're rehearsing that shot. Doesn't think that he got all of it. When he gets going, Hamad Azam, he can clear any one of these boundaries. Whether he's hitting to the big side or the small side, he can hit the ball out of the stadium. So it's going to be up to you here, Xforia Giants, to try to contain him. And the scoreboard has been ticking along, but not at the rate at which it was going earlier in the innings. The last 5 overs before this one only went for 36 runs. Down the ground, Saad Ali looking to change that, and he does get a boundary down the ground. Goes big and now gets into the 20s. In fact, he was already in the 20s. 25 from 21 now with 4 fours. Looking at this delivery, I think you'll see that it was in the slot from around the wicket. And in fact, they'll take that away. Being reminded here that Abhinav Chowdhury is an under-19 player, and we made that point a few times before, but it's good for the team manager to remind us of that. Next delivery, short, doesn't exactly time it well. They'll get a single. But going back to that previous shot from Saad Ali, he actually chipped down the wicket to get to the pitch of that one. So one of the most difficult things for you as a fast bowler is to be able to not only watch your footing, not to make sure that you're not overstepping, but one eye has to be on the batter himself. And if the batter is advancing down the track, you have to be able to change your length. And that is very hard to do for most cricketers, and for a U19 player that will be that much more difficult. But that will be something that he'll pick up in time. This is work down the ground. 7 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining here in over number 13. And nevertheless, despite that 4 that was hit down the ground, he's really doing well here, Abhinav Chowdhury. Here's a good look at it again. Just skipping down the track and going down the ground. Saad Ali, 26 from 22 with 4 fours. This is the last ball. Do we see him again try to attack the young fast bowler? Here's the last ball. Good sound off the bat, but straight along off. What an absolutely brilliant spell by the young man. That spell ends up 3 for 21 from 4 overs. Excellent bowling by the U21 player, 19 years old in fact. And at the end of over number 13, the score is 104 for 4.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
It's been an all-pace attack so far. There are a couple of spinners in the lineup, particularly I'm thinking of Chaitanya Bishnoi, but he's not yet been asked to bowl. Continuing here with Sanketh Batula, 22 runs conceded from his 2 overs. High, but no distance. And put down. Oh, he had a year and a half to think about it. It went a mile in the air. Deep mid wicket was there. Really didn't judge it very well, it didn't look like. And it came down with icicles on it, that ball. And all of a sudden, that is a drop. A pretty straightforward chance, it has to be said. It stayed in the air for a really long time, but there is no wind to speak of here in Grand Prairie, and you'd like to think that that catch should have been taken. Looking at that replay again at that 4 struck down the ground. But here we go again. Sanketh Batula back to live action. Bowling to Hamad Azam. Great delivery. Wants to work it in that area behind point. I don't know that that's the most productive of shots because there are 2 fielders right there in that area. There's a backward point and there's a deep gully. And just on cue, you see that man who is at deep gully dropping back now to deep third. So they obviously think that Hamad Azam might try to play that shot again. Sanketh Batula again. And that is the shot he was trying to play just a second ago. Gets a single for it down the ground or down to deep third. Hamad Azam still getting into his craft. 5 from 7. Hasn't really gotten going yet. No boundary struck yet. Saad Ali, 28 from 24. Their partnership now worth 22 runs. You get the sense that anything that is going to be in the 180, 170 range, most of that is going to have to come from this pair. Next delivery, full, but straight, struck hard, but directly to Shubham Ranjani at cover. 2 balls remaining in over number 14. You're down to the last 38 balls of the innings. And look, that gives you a sense of where the fielders are. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a deep point, and 2 more men straight deep. This is outside the line of off, too far outside the line of off. That is wide number 7 for the innings. I'd make that wide number 6. 7 extras total, with one of those being a no ball. And so you still have another 2 deliveries to go here in over number 14. Sanketh Batula, 25 runs conceded. But you'd think that his job here is now just to keep Saad Ali quiet. Next delivery. Great ball again, going past the outside edge. So these are good deliveries. They're slanting in from around the wicket and then straightening and passing the outside edge. Excellent bowling from Sanketh Batula. And what does he do on this last ball? Specifically, what does Saad Ali do? Because does he try to run down the track like he did to Abhinav Chowdhury and try to disrupt the length that the bowler is bowling? We'll see what happens on this last ball with 37 legal deliveries left here in the innings. He does come down the track and they'll get a single. Just looking to upset the length that the bowlers are bowling. Saad Ali looking to take the attack to them. And it will be interesting to see the approach that this pair takes the rest of the way. Partnership now worth 24. End of 14. The score is 108 for 4. Down the ground, starting a new over. This is Gaurav Patwal who's starting his last over. Single gets Saad Ali into the 30s. 30 from 28 with 4 fours. Importantly, you're now down to the last 35 balls of the innings. Good look at the umpire's cam there. And exactly how you manage things from here is going to be something to pay attention to. Particularly, I'm interested in seeing how Ahmad Azam handles things from here, because he is a big hitter. He can clear the rope at any point in the game from any direction. So watch to see exactly when he chooses to cut loose. Hammered, but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. So a couple of singles to start here in over number 15. And I think that you will see that Hamad Azam, there you see him rehearsing that shot. He wants to get under those deliveries. If he gets under it, then those are the type that fly out of the stadium. Still a long way to go here. You can still have something along the lines of 170 be where you end up, but if you're going to get in that direction, now would be the time to start pushing toward that type of score. Slammed into the deep, straight to the man in the deep. So 3 straight singles to start over number 15. This is good bowling by Gaurav Patwal. This is his last over, by the way. And relatively expensive, but this last over has started out more along the lines of what he would have wanted. None for 31 from 3.3. What does he do with Hamad Azam? I keep saying it. Look out for Hamad Azam when he chooses to cut loose. That didn't go where he wanted it. Sliced into the deep and taken. Oh my goodness, how big a wicket is that? He was looking to go over mid-wicket. The ball peeled off the outside edge, carried all the way on the big side of the ground, no less, down to Chaitanya Bishnoi at deep cover, and he takes it waist height. What a big wicket this is. Hamad Azam walking off in a relatively dejected fashion, but that is a body blow that is landed here. The 5th wicket goes down when the score is 111. Umpire, the late umpire David Shepherd, where he is now, is hopping furiously on one leg. There you see the replay, sliced off the outside edge, and that is to the big side of the ground. I would estimate that Chaitanya Bishnoi was maybe 15 yards in, so that ball would have carried about 65 yards, but it still went all the way to where it was taken, and really such a big wicket in the context of this game. 5 wickets are down. The score is 111. The partnership worth 27 runs, but you would have wanted it to go on for much longer than that. And all of a sudden, when we were talking earlier about a score in excess of 200, that almost seems laughable from here, because we're now into the bowlers, it seems like. Anwar Ali Khan is your new batter. He can throw his bat around, but it feels like any runs of any repute that will happen from here will have to be scored by Saad Ali. 31 from 29. Anwar Ali Khan, he's a right-handed hitter, right-handed batter rather, known more as a right-handed fast bowler. Very good fast bowler. But most of the batting that you'd have expected to push toward a big total is back in the pavilion. And this is good bowling here from Gaurav Patwal. Here's the first delivery to Anwar Ali. Quick single taken here. And I'll tell you what, I kept saying it earlier, the complexion of this game changed so much in the last several overs. The openers, Faraz Ali and Ramiz Raja, put on 59 runs for the first wicket. And it felt like the platform was set at that stage. But since then, they have lost 5 wickets for another 53 runs. And I'll tell you that there is so much work to do to get toward a respectable total. Looking to go down the leg side here. Loud appeal for leg before. I think it was more a despairing shout than anything else. I don't want to see a look at that replay again to know whether or not that appeal had merit. Looking at it live, I don't think there was much merit in that shout. Here's the replay. Oh, that pitched a mile outside leg stump. Great camera work and a good decision by umpire Karthik Nachimutu. Once again, if you're not familiar with the rules of cricket, right where the ball lands there, that is pitching probably 8 inches outside of leg stump. And per the rules of leg before wicket, if the ball pitches outside of the line of leg stump, nothing else matters. You cannot be given out LBW. That is the end of over 15. Last 5 coming up, 113 for 5.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Captain will not be happy with that effort by the fielder down at deep. Long off. Should have just been a single. But he essentially made a meal of it, and he ended up getting a second run where there really should not have been a second run there. Here we go. Fielding it. Lying down. That's Harish Kakani down there. And you'd like to think that he could have done better than that. Just allowing the batters to come back for that second run. Next delivery. Hammered away into the deep. Mid-wicket is right in position for that shot. So 3 from the first 2 here in over number 16. By the way, Sankirth Batula now into his last over. 3.2 overs, none for 29. And I think that you will find that he will be happy with his results in the last couple of deliveries, even though that ball played down the ground would have been irritating to not have been stopped. A bit of extra movement in the field. 4 fielders inside the circle, 5 outside, pretty standard for the stage of the innings. Full, big edge and gone. You could hear the edge from here. Anwar Ali is dismissed. That is wicket number 6. Huge edge. And the man with the gloves, Arjun Mahesh, I said it earlier, he's one of my favorite keepers and I think one of the best keepers anywhere in the country. He's not going to put that down. And that is wicket number 6. Anwar Ali dismissed. Sankirth Batula gets a wicket. Gets one in his column for the first time. And all of a sudden, the Chicago Kingsmen appear to be reeling at 116 for 6. Looking at this again, watch this big swipe. A thick edge and clean collection there by Arjun Mahesh. Absolutely brilliant. And that is a wicket number 6 that goes down all of a sudden. As I said, the wheels appear to have been falling off of the truck here for the Chicago Kingsmen. Oh, goodness. So, where you are now, the batting card is a little bit lopsided. Look at the 3 scores at the very top. Ramiz Raja 23, Faraz Ali 34, Syed Ali 34. But single digits the rest of the way, if you can believe that. And the bowlers themselves have come to the party, starting with Abhinav Chowdhury. 3 wickets there at the bottom of your screen, and he's absolutely done well. New batter is in now. Big drive and a miss. Not making any contact. This is Kevin Phillip, who's now at the wicket. And I'll tell you what, this game has taken on an entirely different feel. I've said that a number of times already, but all of a sudden it is now the Chicago Kingsmen, the team who I thought would be threatening 200, who may not get to 140 from here. Next delivery, played off the back foot down to deep third. Should just be a single. An excellent going here by Sankirth Batula. This is now going to be his last ball coming up. And all of a sudden, this game has an absolutely different feel about it. And where you are now, with 117 runs on the board, you essentially are scoring at a rate that is much lower than what you've done before. That's good batting by Saad Ali. Taking that single there means that he'll keep the strike. And that is the end of over number 16, a productive one for Sankirth Batula. 6 runs coming from it and a wicket. Make that 5 runs that came from it and a wicket. And at the end of over number 16, the score is 118 for 6.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Harish Kakani, 2 overs bowled, conceded 21 runs, but this is a different stage of the innings now. And you would think that he'd be the one who would manage things the rest of the way here. Bowling to Saad Ali, pulled away into the deep, man in the deep square leg position. That is Chaitanya Bishnoi. And they're doing it in singles at this stage, and I don't think that this is what they had in mind when they were batting at this stage of the, or earlier in the innings. From here, what you're looking at is a score projected based on the current run rate of 736 to be 147. But it feels with 6 wickets down like they'll have trouble even getting that far. And again, it was not too long ago that we were talking about the possibility of them getting something in the range of 200. Goes off the back foot, tries to force it fine. Flirts with that outside edge, Kevin Phillip. Luckily for him, that ball evades the outside edge, but you're at the stage now where you're down to the last 22 balls of the innings, and that scoring rate has slowed down tremendously. The last 5 overs have only gone for 32 runs. So the scoring rate in the last 5 overs, not counting the 2 balls of this over, is 6.4. Not nearly good enough. Oh, that's the top edge doesn't go anywhere where they thought it would have gone, but they'll steal a single. Kevin Phillip having trouble getting bat to ball here. 2 from 4 are his numbers. Saad Ali, you would think, would have to take the bull by the horns. Any sort of a challenging score would really need to have him be the architect of such an innings. You'll want him to face the majority of the strike the rest of the way. Last 21 balls coming up, 120 on the board, scoring rate of 7.27. Worked away into the deep, should be a couple of runs, and they'll jog back for 2. Chaitanya Bishnoi has had a lot of work to do in that area. Covers a lot of ground in the outfield. One of the better outfielders in the side, Chaitanya Bishnoi. And you saw him take that catch earlier, that big catch that dismissed Hamad Azam. So he certainly, without having come to the crease to contribute with the bat, has already had a tremendous impact in the field. Next delivery. In the air. Catch it is the cry, but nobody's anywhere near. It's to the big side, but it does not matter. It's in the gap well enough between Chaitanya Bishnoi and Shubham Ranjane. Nobody out there able to get that one. and this really was a hit me ball. Not a genuine bouncer. Short delivery that gets up to about waist height, and anybody with the skill set of Saad Ali will be able to put those away. So welcome boundary, the first boundary in a while. Last ball coming up here in over number 17. Full, played down the ground, should just be a single. 9 runs coming from over number 17. And importantly for the Chicago Kingsmen, Saad Ali keeps the strike. He's up to 42 from 36. Make that 43 from 37 with 5 fours. End of 17, 127 for 6. So Shubham Ranjane takes up the attack from the theater end. He'll be bowling over number 18. You would think that Harish Kakani, who has 1 left, would bowl over number 19. And then Shubham Ranjane would come back to bowl over number 20. That would be my guess. Played into the deep here. There's a man out there at deep mid-wicket. So you'll absolutely accept any singles that you can get here from Saad Ali if you're the Dallas Xforia Giants, because it means, number 1, that he's off strike. Number 2, he doesn't hurt you very much with a single. And then number 3, you can get to bowl at the batters at the other end who are at the bottom of the lineup, and you don't expect for them to be able to hurt you as much as Saad Ali might be able to. Saad Ali up to 44 from 38 with 5 fours. Kevin Phillip 2 from 4. Down the leg side, that's going to go away for 4. Gets it a little too straight that time, Shubham Ranjane. Kevin Phillip just tickling it around the corner and getting inside the line. Looking at this replay, certainly too straight. And a diving attempt by Harish Kakani at short fine leg, not able to prevent that one from going away to the rope. So welcome boundary. A couple boundaries here in the last couple of overs have given a little bit, just a minimal amount of impetus to the back end of the innings here for the Kingsmen. And you'll take all of the runs that you can get from here. 16 balls remaining here in the innings. The score is up to 132. You have 6 wickets down, 4 in hand, and all of a sudden deep third drops back into position. You'll see, I would think, a line in that direction. Lofted down the ground. Catch it is the cry. Lands in front of the fielder down at long on, who I have to say made up his mind relatively early that he would not have been able to get to that catch. Would have been interesting to see what would have happened had he committed to coming in, sprinting in to try to take that one. Just a single though. So down to the last 15 balls, and importantly for Chicago, Saad Ali is back on strike, 44 from 38. Here is Shubham Ranjane. On the ground again, back down to that man at long on, or long off, apologies. 7 runs from over number 18 so far. You'll accept an over here that goes for around 10. I don't think you'd want to concede much more than that. But importantly, if you are the Chicago Kingsmen, you want for most of these remaining 14 deliveries to be faced by Saad Ali. Here's the next delivery. Slow delivery. Oh my goodness, look at that. Return catch. Not struck very firmly, but you still have to take that as a bowler, going away to your weak side, no less, to your left side. Shubham Ranjane reaches down and snatches it, probably 6 inches off the ground. Kevin Phillip not quite getting the power into that one that he would have wanted, but still is a good catch. Look at this. Over to his left. What a great catch. Kevin Phillip, a little bit dejected, but I think you'll have to give credit to the bowler here. Look at this, snatching it. I said 6 inches. It was a little higher than that, probably thigh height, but you still have to take those. And that is a great piece of work from Shubham Ranjane. Another look at it here, different angle this time. Once again, he sort of played, it was neither a ground stroke nor a full-blooded drive. I think if he puts his back into that and plays a full-blooded drive, he gets that past the bowler. Ends up just hitting it relatively tamely back to Shubham Ranjani. But again, you still have to take the catch, and that was a great piece of work by Shubham Ranjani. 7 wickets down. Partnership only went for 34 runs. At this stage of the innings, you'll get any momentum, or you'll take any momentum that you can get, but my goodness, things look very different for you now from the way that they looked at the beginning of this innings. Now, this is going to be a new batter at the crease, Ehsan Adil, former Pakistani fast bowler. This is played into the offside. No run. Yet another good over for the Dallas Xforia Giants. That is end of 17. Make that the end of 18. The score is 134 for 7. So Ehsan Adil and Saad Ali are the two at the crease. Saad Ali, 45 from 39 to 5 boundaries. Ehsan Adil faced that last ball that you just saw, so no run to his account. Ehsan Adil, I said earlier, he was a former Pakistani fast bowler. With his 3rd ball in international cricket, Ehsan Adil dismissed Graham Smith, former great from South Africa, South African opening batter and captain. So that is the caliber of player that Ehsan Adil is. I don't think that he'll be reminded much about that, because his job right now is to stay with Saad Ali and get as many runs as he can. First ball here in over number 19 from Harish Kakan, and this is his last. He saw it fired down the leg side, so still 6 legal deliveries to go here. Lovely looking stroke down the ground. Should just be a single. Good strong throw directly to Arjun Mahesh. That is a good arm showed down there on the boundary. And I think that you will see that this pair is going to want to give the strike to Saad Ali as much as possible. I would think that with 45 or 46 runs against his name, he'll want to get to 50. But his main motivation from here, I would think, would be to just be the one facing the majority of the strike. Slammed away in square. That is Chaitanya Bishnoi. Again, he's had a lot of work to do in that area. Couple of singles here to start over number 19. Down to the last 10. Saad Ali has 46 runs against his name. Ehsan Adil getting off the mark with that last strike that you just saw. 2 delivers remaining with the ball here for Harish Kakan. He has conceded 33 runs, so not the best of days with the ball for him. But if he gets 4 more singles here, I think he'll take it. Next delivery. Oh, that was hammered down the ground and goes away for 4. Just wide of Long Off. Long Off was really not very far away from that ball, but he really could get nowhere near it. That was struck very hard, and that is 50. You hear the applause around the ground for Saad Ali, who really has formed the backbone of the innings so far for the Chicago Kingsmen. And again, they're a very talented side. I think you would have obviously seen that they would have not gotten to the type of total they were looking for. But Saad Ali is looking to make sure that they get something respectable on the board for the bowlers to bowl at. Played into the deep. They want 2. I don't think they'll get it, though. That is Shubham Ranjani. So 8 runs coming from over number 19. You're down to the last 8 balls of the innings. How much more can you get? 142 runs on the board. You've gotten to the stage now where maybe you can start thinking about something in the range of 155, maybe even 160 if Saad Ali can get hold of a couple. Here's Kakani again. Oh, pulling us away into the deep. See the frustration there from Ehsan Adil. Knows that he probably could have done better with that one, but I don't think Saad Ali will mind that very much, because it does mean that Saad Ali, gets to get back on strike. Down to the last 7 balls of the innings. Saad Ali 51 from 42. Standardale rehearsing that pickup shot. He wants to get the chance to play that shot. As of right now, I think they'll be happy with Esanadil just being able to give the strike to Saad Ali. Last ball coming up here in over number 19. Full toss down the ground, catchable. Oh, he lost it in the lights, Gaurav Bajaj. And he'll just get a single. They will actually not be very upset about that because it means that Saad Ali remains on strike. 10 runs coming from over number 19. At the end of 19, the score is 144 for 7. Last over, 6 balls to go, 144 runs on the board. How many runs can the Kingsmen and specifically Saad Ali get off of Shubham Ranjane? 1 for 19 from his 3 overs so far. Saad Ali 52 runs against his name, 43 balls faced. He would be looking for somewhere around 10 to 15 from this over, you would think. Very full. Goes through half-hearted appeal. Don't know that there was much there in that appeal. Very full delivery. I don't know if it came off the edge. If it did, you might get the sense that it might have hit the ground right after. Matter of fact, there you see umpire Samir Bandekar with a wry smile on his face. I think he may just have admonished Arjun Mahesh for that appeal. Anyway, dot ball. Next delivery into the deep. They will be pushing for 2 here, no doubt. Coming back for the second. The throw to the strikers end, non-strikers end. He'll get home without much fuss. So 2 runs from the over so far, but importantly, only 4 balls remaining. You want to get as many runs here as you can. Can you push to 155? Can you generate something that gets you in that direction? Looking here at the men behind the wicket. Deep, in fact, short third is in position. You might think about a scoop shot. You don't need a scoop shot if you can slam the ball straight down the ground for 6. And that is a huge strike. 150 comes up. 152 for 7 with 3 balls remaining here in over number 20. I started talking about the players, the fielders behind square, because if both of them are inside the circle, short fine leg and short third, that's the type of setup where the batters generally try to think these days about scooping the ball to get behind and get runs in that direction. But if you get a full toss, waist height, that you can slam back down the ground for 6, that's also a better option. 3 balls remaining here. Slam down the ground again. Is this 4 more? Oh, what an athletic stop in the deep. Oh, absolutely brilliant. And the strong throw comes to the keeper's end. He saves 2 runs for his side. Absolutely no question. Laid full stretch. And look at this replay. Diving effort coming from the left of your screen now. Oh, so athletic. That is Rahman Dar in the deep, the young U21 player who does a tremendous job. How big do those 2 runs end up being? We'll take a look at this replay again. Look, coming from the left of your screen. And there. That is a thing of beauty. Absolutely a thing of beauty. 2 balls remaining. 10 runs from the over already. What can Saad Ali get the rest of the way? In the air, catchable. Is it? No, it will land safely. And they'll come back for the second. Saad Ali taking advantage of every opportunity to score runs here now. He's up to 64 from 48, 156 on the board. Can you finish with a flourish? Can you get something off this last ball that pushes you above 160? This innings was stuck in the mud for a really long time, but a flourish toward the back end of the innings here from Saad Ali, whose partnership with Esanadil is now worth 22 runs. Looking to see if he can close out with a bang here. Here's the last ball of the innings. Down the ground, catchable, Remandar. And he takes it easily. So the last ball produces a wicket. That's the first wicket. Make that the second wicket for Shubham Ranjane. A good flourish toward the back end of the innings, has to be said. You end up with 156, 8 wickets down, so they would have wanted more than that, but excellent effort. Looking at the replay again, it was wide of the crease. That was exactly why he was not able to get much power on it, and it was lofted down the ground. Remandar with a pretty straightforward catch. So that is the end of the innings. 156 for 8. A very lopsided score card. Ramiz Raja 23, Faraz Ali 34, Syed Ali 64. But the other batters really did not come to the party. The highest score the rest of the way, other than those 3, was 7. So that tells you that essentially there was a collapse that the Chicago Kingsmen will not be proud of going into the second half of this innings. The bowlers, I think, did very well, particularly Abhinav Chowdhury, 4 overs, 3 for 21. Good support from Shubham Ranjane. A little expensive in that last over, but he ended up getting the last wicket. 31 runs conceded and 2 wickets. 1 wicket each for Gaurav Patwal and Sankirth Batula. Harish Kakani, a little bit expensive, 4 overs for 40. But it does mean that for the Xforia Giants to win and claim a share of first place, we'll talk about what the net run rate would look like. But their job right now for the Xforia Giants is to score 157. So the groundskeepers will do what they do. A quick break for us here in the commentary area. We'll join you for the chase in about 15 minutes. Quick single, punch to mid-on. Hammered away over the top. A lot of work for deep third to do. He won't get there. The first boundary goes full, thick outside edge, and it will run away for 4. So you have 4 runs came from his first over. This was played very nicely through the offside, running close to the boundary. Long run by Sankirth Batula, and he will not get there. That is an excellent shot. In the air toward deep mid-wicket. How far has this gone? Into the seats at deep mid-wicket. His remaining deliveries in the power play. Bang down the ground for 4. Got too close to him. 16 with 2 4s and a 6. Short delivery, played away into the deep. Easy as you like. Well in front of square. No threat whatsoever in that type of shot. Disappointed. They're going to want much more than that. And this one is placed a little bit better than the previous delivery. Gets it past that man at extra cover. Straight down the ground for 4 more. Ramiz Raj has played that shot a number of times. Didn't exactly hit it cleanly. He's definitely on the cards here. Around the wicket to the left-hander. He cleans him up. There is a good delivery. Last ball. He cleaned him up. Oh my goodness. That was where to stand. Outside edge goes between the keeper and first slip for 4. Oh, that could have been another wicket. You might have heard the loud accomplished battery. Short, and there's the shot he was looking for. Missed out on the first one. This one he jumps all over and plows it to deep into where the ball just went. Played off the back foot. Oh, trouble here. Oh, a direct hit. Is he gone? Is he gone? Yes, he is gone. His next delivery goes big, but he did not get all of it in the air. This one only went for 36 runs. Down the ground, Saad Ali looking to change that, and he does get a boundary down the ground. Overs high, but no distance. And put down. Oh, he had a year and a half to think about it. It went a mile. That didn't go where he wanted it. Sliced into the deep and taken. Oh my goodness, how big a wicket is that? He was looking to go. Pretty standard for the stage of the innings. Full, big edge and gone. You could hear the edge from here. Anwar Ali is this next delivery. In the air, catch it is the cry, but nobody's anywhere near. It's to the big side, but it does not matter. 2 from 4. Down the leg side, that's gonna go away for 4. Gets it a little too straight that time, Shubham Ranjani. His next delivery. Slow delivery. Oh my goodness, look at that. Return catch. Not struck very firmly, but you still have to take that as a bowler, going away to your weak side, no less, to your left side. Oh, that was hammered down the ground and goes away for 4. Just wide of long off. Long off was really not very far away from that ball, but he might think about a scoop shot. You don't need a scoop shot if you can slam the ball straight down the ground for 6. Down the ground, catchable, Remandar. And he takes it easily. So the
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Stadium in Grand Prairie, Texas, where the Chicago Kingsmen will be looking to defend 157 runs. They put up a score of 156 that I thought was a little undercooked. I was thinking they'd be somewhere in the range of 180 or 190. For a while there, they were on target to have something in the range of 200. But a good flourish toward the back end of the innings, particularly from Saad Ali, saw them put 156 on the board. And now the Dallas Xforia Giants will be looking to open the batting with Arjun Mahesh, and the man who is currently setting the zing bales at the top in the middle of your screen, that is Gaurav Bajaj. Fast bowler coming from the river end, the southern end of the ground, will be the former Pakistani international Zia-ul Haq, left arm fast bowler. And I think that you will see from here that is going to be a really interesting chase. It's a bit of a middling target. 157 is neither an overpowering score nor a low score, but the Chicago Kingsmen have a really good bowling attack, starting with two former international Pakistani fast bowlers, first of whom now Zia-ul Haq will be bowling to Gaurav Bajaj. Umpire Karthik Nachamuthu says play. Here's the first delivery. Oh, quick. Sails through to the wicketkeeper Ramiz Raja Jr. The man at first slip is Tajinder Singh. He will be in play with the left armer bowling over the wicket, creating that angle that slants across the right-handed batters. Expect to see relatively early in the innings that he could threaten the outside edge. So watch Tajinder Singh, again, the man top left of your screen right now. And Zia-ul Haq does have the ability to curl the ball back in to threaten the stumps, or to go across to bring slips into play. Great delivery. That is the second of those types of deliveries I just talked about, with that angle going across the right-hander. It definitely calls into play the opportunity to have that ball excuse me, go in that direction. In other words, that angle that is created when the left armer goes over the wicket, he slants it in the direction of first slip, and he can also adjust the seam and have that ball coming back in. So he's a good threatening bowler in that way, Zia-ul Haq. Finds the outside edge, but this time gets the first run of the day down to deep third. And so off the mark this time is Gaurav Bajaj. And his opening partner is the man who you saw with the gloves on, Arjun Mahesh. Arjun Mahesh, all of 17 years old. But don't let his young age fool you. He is a brilliant cricketer. Has played and studied, if you will, for years under the tutelage of the great Orlando Baker. Orlando Baker representing the U.S. for several years. Lives right here in the Dallas area, from Jamaica originally. One of the stalwarts of U.S. cricket, not just on the field, but off the field as well. And Arjun Mahesh has developed several traits that have been taught to him from Mr. Baker. First delivery to Arjun Mahesh, going down the leg side. And that was the one that swung in. So that one, he didn't go across him. He kind of pointed the seam toward fine leg. Tried to get that in-swinger going, but just getting it a little bit too straight, going down the leg side for the first wide of the innings. So a couple runs on the board here, 3 deliveries remaining in over number 1. The Chicago Kingsmen looking to defend 157 runs. And I think that you'll find that this pair has to get off to a good start. 2 slips in position now. Another wide. But going back to the 2 slips in position, top left of your screen, you see Saad Ali all the way to the left, and then to his left, in between him and the keeper, is Tajinder Singh, the man with arms akimbo. Those types of deliveries that are going across the right-hander from the left-handed Zia-ul Haq are wicket-taking deliveries. You don't mind at all seeing 2 slip fielders in position right now. Good aggressive captaincy here by Hamad Azam. Swipe and a miss. Not getting anything on it. 2 deliveries remaining here in over number 1. Zia-ul Haq former Pakistani international, as I mentioned. There you see, bottom left of your screen is the fielding positions. There's a man at deep third, that's at 10 o'clock, and deep backward square leg, that's at, let's call it 2:30. The two outside of the circle, everyone else inside. Next delivery. Going past the outside edge, but this time not offering a shot is Arjun Mahesh. So good watchful stuff here from Arjun Mahesh. Needing to score from here at the rate of 8.03 and over. 8.03 and over is by no means a challenging target in modern day cricket, but it does mean that you have to make consistent progress toward that total. So I don't know that you want to have too many dot balls going by, but at the same time you don't want to take risks. So there's a balancing act to be had there. In fact played back to the bowler himself. No run, 3 runs coming from that over. 2 of them were wides, 1 came off the outer edge. 1 over in the books, the score is 3 without loss. Three without loss. Not very many teams in the minor leagues can have not just 2 former international fast bowlers in the lineup to open the bowling, but 2 current major leaguers in the lineup. That's what you have here. Is Ziaul Haq plays for the Texas Super Kings. And the man who is now with the ball in hand, bowling from the theater end, Ehsan Adil, featured for MI New York. Looking now to bowl to Gaurav Bajaj. 154 runs away from victory here for the Dallas Xforia Giants, and it would represent a huge feather in their cap if they were able to get this victory. Here's Ehsan Adil. Stroking a wide of the fielder at mid-off, and it's going to be 4. So solid stroke, nothing in terms of flourish in that shot, but he just kind of leaned on it and easing it off, just having it go through and wide of that man that is Anwar Ali at mid-off, and it races away for the first boundary of the day. At least first boundary of the day for the Xforia Giants. So I said about the difference that it could make in this match. I don't know that it makes a very big difference from an actual standpoint, and I'll tell you what I mean by that after this ball. Played off the back foot to backward point, no run. So as of right now, Central Division, the Kingsmen are at the top of the division with 13 points. The Xforia Giants second with 11 points. If the Xforia Giants win, they'll both be tied at 13 points, and I believe by virtue of a superior net run rate, the Kingsmen will still be the #1 team in the division. However, the feather in your cap that you get from having beaten the team that as of right now has no losses is one that you cannot overstate, and that will really buoy the spirits of the Xforia Giants going into the playoffs this week. Couple of dot balls after the 4 to start the over. So 3 deliveries remaining here in over number 2. You're inside the power play. Again, the 2 fielders outside the circle as of right now are at deep square leg and deep third. The man at deep square leg is on the big side of the ground. That is Kevin. Actually, that is Abhimanyu Paswal. And he is in about 15 yards from the rope, but he's still about 65 yards away from the bat. So pay attention to any short deliveries that might come from here. In the air, a long run for mid-on. He will not get there. That is Hamad Azam, and they'll jog through for a couple. Thought for a split second that it was going to be the short ball that I think at some point will be coming, because you have the man in the deep on the big side of the ground for that reason exactly. As of right now, choosing to just go short of length, Esanadil, rather than bowling an actual bouncer. At some point, I think you will see the actual bouncer. Gaurav Bajaj just getting started, 7 from 7 with a boundary. Arjun Mahesh, nothing yet off the bat from 3 deliveries faced. And this is Esanadil again. Very full, clipped into the leg side. They may look for 2 here. A long run for Abhimanyu Paswal, and he'll get there without much fuss. Oh, direct hit coming from that area. That's the good work, but still 2 runs conceded. And just now 2 balls remain. In fact, 1 ball remaining in over number 2. 11 runs on the board. 146 needed from the next 109 balls, needing to score at the rate of 8.04 and over. 8.4 runs and over. Again, not the most overpowering of targets, but it does mean that you need to make consistent progress toward that target. A little bit of a delay here while we get settled. Now I believe we're ready again. Esanadil steaming in to bowl the last ball of over number 2. That didn't go where he was looking for. The direct hit there would have been interesting. It's right in line with us here in the commentary booth. You could tell the second he released it that it was offline. Had that been accurate, I would have asked a question or 2. But he lives to fight another day. Arjun Mahesh here. See the quick pickup and the throw. In fairness, he probably gets there, no problem. So 9 runs coming from over number 2. And the end of 2, the score is 12 without loss. Ziaul Haq back into the attack to bowl over number 3, his second over. Left arm over the wicket. Oh, outside edge found, that it will race away for 4. I don't think it carried to Tajinder Singh at slip. It was low and to his right. Look at this again, that angle that we've been talking about. Outside edge, and it does land before it gets to him. So a moral victory there for Ziaul Haq. He found the edge, but the ball still races across the turf for a boundary. So that is for number 2. This one much more streaky, much more edgy, and this will keep Ziaul Haq interested. Shortish delivery, backward point in position there. That is Hassan Khan. Hassan Khan is a brilliant fielder anywhere you put him, but he's particularly good at backward point. There, quick look at that replay again. You see that ball definitely coming off the edge and not carrying to Tajinder Singh. They had 2 slips earlier in the first over. They've gone away from that relatively quickly. I don't know that I wouldn't have wanted to see slips in position, 2 slips in position for at least another over. Clipped away to the square leg fielder. Single that time. And so in the scenario where the ball is moving around a little bit, where you have 2 brilliant opening bowlers, both former international bowlers and both current major leaguers, I don't know that you don't have a much more attacking field, at least until they force you to change that mindset. But as of now, still inside the power play. They've gone to 1 slip field. That's Tajinder Singh. And here's Ziaul Haq again. Played here by Arjun Mahesh. Solidly off the front foot. Nothing off the bat for him yet, Arjun Mahesh. So 4 deliveries into over number 3. You're almost at the halfway stage of the power play. Comparing where both teams were at this stage, the Chicago Kingsmen had 22 runs on the board, and so they've gotten just a little bit below or behind the pace here. The Xforia Giants Great delivery again. That is the one that we've been talking about that goes past the outside edge, that threatens the outside edge. And that is exactly why I thought it would be appropriate for that second slip fielder to be in position. Quick chat here for Gaurav Bajaj, or by Gaurav Bajaj for Arjun Mahesh. Don't know exactly what he would have been telling him here, but when that ball is moving in the way that it is going across, you look at this delivery, the angle that is created from over the wicket from the left-hander, that angle is very difficult to play. And it's one that is very difficult. Oh, look at the response from Arjun Mahesh, hammering it through extra cover for 4. That is a brilliant strike off the middle of the bat, front foot to the pitch, and hammering it just to the left of extra cover. Goes away for 4, so that is the end of over number 3. A good positive end to the over from Arjun Mahesh. He gets off the mark with a brilliant strike for 4. That is the end of 3, 21 without loss. Ehsan Adil to continue. This is over number 4. This is going to run away for 4. What did this come off of? It came off the inside edge, I would imagine. Not the most convincing of shots from Gaurav Bajaj. Once again, a moral victory for the bowler, but it gets 4 runs. This will give us a good look here. Ehsan Adil gets the ball nipping back in. Those are the types of deliveries that Ehsan Adil is able to bowl so effectively. Gets movement off the seam in both directions. He tends to be a very difficult batter or bowler to face in that way because he moves that ball in either direction off the seam. And this time he has it come off the outside edge, goes away for 4. Here's the next delivery. Great delivery this time. Thuds into the gloves. Ramiz Raja takes that one head height. Great ball from Ehsan Adil. Generated a little bit of extra bounce that time. And all of a sudden, I am now thinking with the extra bounce that was generated, look at that ball. Look at that line. Everything right about that delivery. With the extra bounce that he got that time, I don't know that you don't bring that deep backward square fielder into play and test Gaurav Bajaj with a short delivery. It is the type of field that is set up for that exact delivery, and I would have to think that it would be on his mind here. Ehsan Adil is a tall, relatively quick fast bowler. At some point you would think that that would be the delivery he'd go to. Full and outside off, a wave and a miss. So still not going with the short option, which I think is one that would have to be on the cards. Ehsan Adil, I would estimate his height at about 6'4". Looking at this replay again, great delivery, just cutting back in off the seam, going down to fine leg for a 4. And then this next ball, look at where that ball passes, absolutely unplayable. So good bowling here from Ehsan Adil. 3 deliveries, bang on target, 4 runs conceded, but he definitely has the upper hand. Slash and a miss. Gaurav Bajaj is begging with umpire Samir Bandekar for a wide, not given. Ehsan Adil, not exactly sure. He's moving a little bit gingerly. Don't know exactly what this is. I believe, well, I don't want to speculate. There is communication right now taking place between umpire Samir Bandekar and the groundskeeper, it looks like. a little bit of a delay. And you see right there where that's Sadali, who is tapping down with his foot at the point where Esanadil plants his front foot. So I'm not sure if there is some difficulty with that landing spot. And again, we don't want to speculate. We're a little bit far away from the action here. So we'll wait to see exactly what the concern is. For a split second there, I thought it might have been that Esanadil might have been in some difficulty injury-wise. I don't think that's the issue, but we're waiting to see exactly what the position is here. So third umpire is now making his way to the middle, Vishwa Munukutla. And tell you what, we'll just go. Essentially, we'll just wait to hear exactly what the issue is here. There's a bit of a delay. Let's just officially state that the game is in delay. Here we go. I believe they're taking out some sawdust. So there might be some dew that is forming on the ground that makes that landing area very slippery. And as you see on your screen, you might just be able to see almost like a slight dusting, almost like a very light snowfall that you would see if it just started snowing. That's Amir Siddiqui, the coach of the Kingsmen, who's coming out with a handful of sawdust because that dew that has started to form is what's making the surface, the playing area, very slippery. And so Esanadil ostensibly is slipping, or at least at minimum doesn't have very sure footing when he's planting. And while we'll do that, look at these last 4 balls again from Esanadil. That's the inside edge that went away for 4. Beautiful delivery. This next one for me is the ball of the match so far. Look at that line and look at that ball thud into the gloves of Ramiz Raja. Then the outswinger, slash and a miss. And then the next delivery. And yet again, a slash and a miss. And there you see right after, can we see that last one again? Because after that last ball, look at Esanadil's reaction. After he bowls, he immediately turns and looks at the crease there. Looking back quizzically at the pitch and pointing in frustration, I think stating that he didn't quite have the ability to land or to essentially plant his foot properly. So I think that that's what you saw there. Evidence of the fact that that playing surface is just a little more slippery than Esanadil would like. But let's see if that little bit of dirt that was added here by Amir Siddiqui does the trick. Still 2 balls to go here in over number 4. Look at Esanadil here. Look at that front foot. Can't really see it there. Didn't look like he slipped at all. But umpire Samir Bandekar says, let's play. Let's go on to the last 2 balls here in over number 4. Oh, knocked him over. Not sure exactly why Gaurav Bajaj felt the need to play the scoop shot under these circumstances. And it ends up being very terminal. Walking all the way across and losing his middle stump. He's not going to want to see this replay. Esanadil essentially with a pretty regulation delivery, walking right across, exposing all 3. We're not in the 18th over. This is over number 4. And there you see him with the bat hammering himself in the head. Unfortunately for him, that's a little bit too late now, because as of now, the only thing that you can do is essentially go think about it in the dugout. So looking at the last 5 balls coming up here, the first one went for an inside edge, goes away for 4. This one, again for me, the ball of the match. Didn't take a wicket, but just beautiful delivery from the fast bowler. Look where Ramiz Raja takes that. And the next 2 curling away. This one a little bit wider than the one before it, but still not able to get bat on it. And then this is the one where Gaurav Bajaj gives it away, walking right across his crease, exposing all 3. And Esanadil picking out the one that he likes best. And that is the first wicket that goes down. So, new batter is in. It's going to be Akarshit Gomel, the captain. I don't think that you'll see him walk across and try to play a scoop shot here to Esanadil. Oh, flurry of activity all of a sudden. Akarshik Gomel, who for me is the best of the batters in this side, the Dallas Xforia Giants. Ooh, under edge through to the wicketkeeper Ramiz Raja. Good over from Ehsan Adil. Took a while because of the slight delay, but only 4 runs came from it. And the wicket of Gaurav Bajaj. End of 4, the score is 25 for 1.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Four overs bowled, 25 for 1 is your score. And the first bowling change, as it is going to be Anwar Ali. Coming in to bowl from the river end, the southern end of the ground. Right arm, quick Anwar Ali Khan. And he'll be bowling to Arjun Mahesh. Arjun Mahesh, 4 from 6, 1 scoring stroke, and it was a boundary the last ball of the previous over from this end. Slashes and misses here. So you're now into over number 5. At the end of over number 4, the Kingsmen had 39 runs on the board. The Dallas Xforia Giants have 25. So it's interesting to pay attention to that comparison. However, bear in mind that the Chicago Kingsmen decelerated horribly in their middle overs. So it's not quite an apples to apples comparison, but still interesting to compare the two. Playing this one into the offside. No run there. Couple of dots to start here. Over number 5. So you're now down to the last 94 deliveries. You need 132 runs. Need to score at the rate of 8.43 and over. 8.43 and over is doable, but it is inching up slowly. Very, very slowly. Very, not exactly running away and hiding, as they say. 2 deliveries already from Ali Khan here. Goes down the ground. This is clearing the fielder, Hamad Azam. And he'll get a couple of runs. Arjun Mahesh taking on the big fast bowler, driving it back over his head. And I don't know if we can see that replay again from Hamad Azam sliding, but he slid across the outfield and that splashed up a bunch of dew, almost like he was sliding in a rainstorm. So it is very, very wet in the outfield, and not quite sure if we could pick it up there, but look here. Look at all that water when he slides. So it is extremely wet, and pay attention to what that might mean the rest of the way. Arjun Mahesh working it into the gap, coming back for a second here. That is good running from the young man. And now he's getting to be a little bit more enterprising. And all of a sudden, you think you'll see the overall tenor of this game change, because the ball is now going to be getting wet. And when the ball is wet, it does not move around as much. So you lose the advantage of swing bowling in that way. Also, it goes across the ground more quickly because of the slickness of the outfield. And then from the bowler standpoint, you don't control it as easily because you don't get as good a grip on it. So all of those signs are in favor of the batting side. Played into the leg side. Should just be a single here. This is a good, productive over so far for Arjun Mahesh and the Dallas Xforia Giants. 1 ball remaining here. 5 runs from the over already. But you get the sense that essentially things have changed around from the standpoint that you've gotten a little bit more activity, but the conditions are such that they favor the batting side. If you're a bowler and you're sprinting in off the long run, you don't necessarily have good footing because the outfield is wet, and then you don't have a good grip on the ball. All of those things work in favor of the batting side. So here's the last ball here, over number 5. Played off the back foot, no run there. That is Sad Ali to clean up. Good over for both sides, really. We've only conceded 4 runs, but you can see how the momentum has started to switch just a little bit in favor of the Giants. End of 5, 29 for 1. So, new bowler. The captain brings himself on, Hamad Azam. And anytime you have an all-rounder who falls short in one area of the game, you can expect that he'll come out all guns blazing in the other. Failed with the bat, Hamad Azam. Only scored 7 runs, so he'll be fired up to make amends here with the ball. Quick single here. Arjun Mahesh sprinting through for that single. Good effort on his part to rotate the strike. This is the last over the power play. And big picture, you need another 127 runs in the next 90 balls, needing to score at the rate of 8.56 and over. Arjun Mahesh, 9 from 12. Akarshik Gomel has not yet gotten off the mark, only faced 2 deliveries. This is an interesting matchup. This is captain to captain. Hamad Azam is a good fast bowler. Akarshik Gomel is a brilliant batter, and he hammers it, but straight to mid-off. Fumbled by Anwar Ali, and it's going to run close to the boundary. Oh, wanted a second. I don't know that there wasn't a second there, but he chooses to turn it down. Akarshik Gomel, and settles for 1. As I started saying, Hamad Azam is a good fast bowler. Maybe not as quick as Ehsan Adil or Ziaul Haq, but good height, gets good bounce, and generally gets the ball in the right areas. But Akarshik Gomel, for me, is the best of the batters on the side. And so when those two face off against each other, plus with the added motivation of it being captain to captain, it's going to be a matchup to watch the rest of this way. Down the ground, look at Arjun Mahesh. All the confidence in the world, going over the top and smashing it over long off, or make that mid off for his second boundary. That is a good looking strike by the youngster. He now moves into double figures, 13 from 13 with 2 4s. Solid strike right back over the bowler's head. That will not make Hamad Azam very happy. This next delivery, I can almost guarantee, will not be one that can be driven down the ground. And you might think, again, with him bowling from the end where the pull side is to the big side of the ground, I wouldn't be surprised if a short ball was coming sometime soon. This time is played back to the bowler himself. Doing well to field in his follow through there for no run. And so now 2 balls remaining here in over number 6. This is the last over of the power play. You can be more defensive with your field settings after the next 2 balls. As of right now, the 2 outside the circle are at long off and deep square leg. Here's Hamad Azam again. Advancing down the track, going over the top of cover. This will get close to the boundary. A long run, a good sliding effort, and he saves 2 runs. Good coverage across the ground there, able to cut down that delivery. That's to the short side of the ground, so he didn't have very far, or the ball didn't have very far to travel. 8 runs from the over so far. Last ball coming up, and this again is going to be the last ball of the power play. After this, you can have as many as 5 outside the circle. The required rate around 8.47 at this stage. Here's the last ball. No run there. Played to Tajinder Singh at mid-wicket. That is the end of the power play. 8 runs coming from that delivery or from that over. 37 runs on the board after the power play. 37 for 1 is your score.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Anwar Ali Khan back into the attack. First over number 5, went for 4 runs. Now coming back to bowl over number 7, outside of the power play. What changes do we have in the field? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men outside. So they immediately go as defensive as they possibly can. Karshit Gomel on strike. Thuds into the thigh pad. I think you'll see umpire Nachimuto signal a leg by, and there's a signal. So still not yet off. In fact, he is off the mark. Karshit Gomel has a single to his name, but I think that he still has a long way to go in terms of shifting through the gears. He is somebody who can take the game away from the opposition, and he's a really good top order batter. And he can play proper cricket, if you will, or if he needs, or the situation requires for him to hit big, he's more than capable of doing that. In the meantime, watch this young man, Arjun Mahesh, 15 from 16. Short delivery, hammered away into the deep, but there's a man in that position at square leg. Tell you what, that's a good piece of batting. Pulls this one solidly off the bat, keeps it down, so no threat of it being caught. And in the meantime, you'll see Arjun Mahesh, who has developed into a really quality player, really good behind the stumps. You saw that earlier. And so far in this innings, opening the batting 16 from 17 with a couple of boundaries, facing up to a very good bowling attack. Here's Anwar Ali again. Ali Khan played very nicely off the back foot. A long run for Abhimanyu Paswal. Long throw. Good piece of work in the deep. Does very well actually to keep that keep that down to 1 run. So 3 deliveries into over number 7. Paying attention again, doing the comparisons. At the end of over number 6, end of the power play, the Dallas Xforia Giants had 37 runs. At the end of the power play, the Chicago Kingsmen, when they batted, had 58 runs. So again, bearing in mind that it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison because of how much the Kingsmen decelerated as they lost wickets in their middle overs, but it still shows you that at this stage the Kingsmen would have been considering themselves ahead of the game. We'll see how it develops from here. His next delivery, slower delivery. That's well played. Down the ground, should just be a single. Arjun Mahesh batting with responsibility here. Score now moving into the 40s. 41 is your score. 116 needed from the next 80 balls. The required rate, 8.17. And all pace attack so far. And I'll tell you what, there's a really good spinner in the side in the form of Hassan Khan, the left arm orthodox spinner. But it will be interesting to see if Hamad Azam chooses to go to him, because as we said, there's a lot of dew around and it's going to make it difficult for the spinner to grip the ball. And a spinner obviously does not have as much room for error as a fast bowler does. If you're a spinner and you overpitch it or bowl it too short, then you can be punished. And it's going to be interesting to see how long Hamad Azam keeps him out of the attack. There you see Hamad Azam with the towel doing the duties to keep that ball dry as much as possible. Do you put yourself in a position where maybe you chance putting Hassan Khan into the attack and then just hoping that the man close by with the towel can keep the ball dry enough? It's going to be one of the side stories to watch for the rest of the way. Solidly defended, back to the bowler himself, no run. 5 runs coming from over number 7. Scores 42 for 1 after 7. Quick look at the comparisons. The blue buildings are the overs faced by the Chicago Kingsmen, and the red are the ones faced by the Xforia Giants. Blue is well ahead of the red at this stage, as you can see from the worm there, but again, the worm flattened off later in the innings, so interesting to see how that develops from here. Hamad Azam back into the attack to bowl his second over. That one has to be re-bowled, so starting out here with a wide, all pace attack so far. And again, I get the sense that you're going to see some decision tree that is going to include when to bring Hassan Khan on, or do they even consider bringing him on with these conditions? Something to watch for the rest of the way. Ooh, going down the leg side again. I believe that would have flicked the thigh pad of Akarshit Gomel, so not a wicket, but also not a catch. This will give us a chance here to see going down the leg side, and I don't know that came off of anything. From that angle, it's kind of hard to tell. It may have come off of something, actually. If it came off anything, it came off the bat, but it wasn't collected by Rameez Raja, so no harm there. Next delivery, played off the back foot, but directly to the man in the covers. That's Sad Ali. A couple of dot balls after the wide. Arjun Mahesh 17 from 19. Akarshit Gomel 3 from 8. 114 runs needed. Quick look at the scorecard there, as this pair has put on so far 18 runs in that partnership. And by the way, if we can go back to that picture after this ball, I want to go back to that picture to emphasize the fact that Arjun Mahesh really is a very, very young man. His next delivery. Slower delivery. I think that might have come off the on the edge. Oh, look at this. Underarm, good clean pickup by Hassan Khan. We talked about him earlier. Very good fielder. But this direct hit finds him short. In fact, finds him having made his ground. Look at this. And I think you'll see here, played into, oh, it's inside edge onto the pad, it looks like. My goodness. Had that not been an inside edge, he would have been a dead duck. And then look at this here from this angle. Oh, Arjun Mahesh may want to start sliding his bat a little earlier than he did here. That bat was perilously close to still being in the air. But luckily for him, he did manage to ground it right before the bat was able, or the ball was able to hit the stumps. Hassan Khan with the direct hit from backward point. Here's Hamad Azam again. Played off the back foot. There's Hassan Khan again. So very, very good in that backward point area. 2 runs from the over so far with 2 balls to come. And 44 runs on the board means that you need another 113, and you need them in the next 74 balls. Hamad Azam into his second over. Slower delivery. Beaten in flight, and oh, it is put down. I'll tell you what, that should have been taken. Was not able to get much on that shot. Fooled him with the slower delivery, and it is lofted in the air. Extra cover running backward, and had, in fairness, a difficult chance. But having made it there, he should have taken that catch, Saad Ali. So that is a drop, unfortunately, for the Chicago Kingsmen. Hamad Azam should have had a wicket, but just ends up conceding a single. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 8. 3 runs from the over so far. And here is Akarshit Gomel facing up to his opposite number, Hamad Azam. Worked into the long on area, that is Ehsan Adil. 1 run ends over number 8. 4 runs coming from the over. 25 from the last 5. And the score after 8 is 46 for 1.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Over number 8 is complete. 46 runs are on the board. Anwar Ali Khan is about to bowl his third over. 2 overs so far, 12 runs conceded. Make that 8 runs conceded from his 2. And now facing up to Akarshit Gomel. Akarshit Gomel 5 from 10. Arjun Mahesh 18 from 21. 111 needed from the next 12 overs. Played down to mid-on. Tajinder Singh it is who picks up and fires at the non-striker's end. No run there. In fact, they get a single. I'll tell you, the bowling lineup for the Kingsmen is generally a very good one. So far, it appears as though, even though there have been a couple of good overs, particularly in the first burst from Ziaul Haq and Ehsan Adil. But apart from that, their fast bowling attack has been neutralized, and I'm suspecting that that might have something to do with the dew that we've talked about. Short delivery, pulled into the deep. Arjun Mahesh was ready for that short ball. Anwar Ali is relatively quick, and it forces this one into the deep. But I'll tell you, it essentially becomes a situation now where you're slightly falling behind if you're the Xforia Giants. 9.34 is the required rate, but you have 9 wickets in hand. And you do have men who can come in and throw the bat around, particularly since you also still have the captain who's the best batter, and he's only gotten to 6 from 11, so he can contribute much more with the bat. Full, slammed away for 4. That's what I'm talking about. He is absolutely brilliant. That ball slams into the wall beyond the ropes at extra cover and then ricochets back off of the ropes about 10 yards. Look at this. A little bit of in-swing. You might have seen that ball tailing back in just a little bit on that replay, but he absolutely blasts this one. Those are the types of deliveries that you don't want to be anywhere near in terms of having to field them. So I think Hamad Azam has some thinking to do here. That stroke bringing up the 50. They're now 52 for 1. But if Akarshit Gomel gets going, then it is very realistic that the Xforia Giants can put themselves in position to get ahead in this game. Knocks him over. I may have just jinxed him. Full and straight, looking for the big drive over long on. Boy, I don't know that he shouldn't have been playing that one a little bit straighter. The ball wasn't quite there for the drive. Look at this. And he's playing that one. I said long on. He's really playing that to mid-wicket. That one you want to keep in the V. And unfortunately for the Xforia Giants, they lose their captain going across the line to a relatively straight delivery. Boy, he's not going to want to see that replay later on. That is a big wicket. Wicket number 2 goes down. Anwar Ali is absolutely elated. You get the sense he might be a little bit frustrated with himself for having given up the boundary before that. But here comes back to get his revenge to take the big wicket of the captain. So that is a big wicket. Wicket number 2 goes down. The partnership worth 27. And all of a sudden, I think you'll see where all the marbles to be played for here are going to be more and more important. Captain goes. I think he's going to be replaced here by Shubham Ranjane, the major leaguer who we talked about earlier. But this game just got a whole lot more difficult for you as a batting side. So Anwar Ali Khan, 2.4 overs, 1 for 14. And with 2 balls remaining here, Shubham Ranjane takes strike. He saw what he did with the ball earlier. Now he needs to do it with the bat. Wanted a single, not there. You're hearing the loud grunts when Anwar Ali Khan delivers. He's putting all of his energy, all of his effort into these deliveries. And this is now going to be the last ball of over number 9. At the end of over number 9, when the Chicago Kingsmen batted, they had 72 runs on the board. As of right now, Xforia Giants have 52, so they're about 20 runs behind, let's call it par, for want of a better expression. Last ball here coming up in over number 9. Short delivery, top edge. Not anywhere near where he wanted to play it, but he get off the mark. Not the most convincing of shots, but a single closes things out here in over number 9. 7 runs and a wicket in that over. Score after 9 is 53 for 2. Well, we said it earlier, and Hamad Azam has rolled the dice and gone with his champion spinner. And I say roll the dice. It's ordinarily when you bring Hassan Khan in, you're not rolling the dice. You're going to one of your ace bowlers. But the conditions are very wet. There's a lot of dew around. It makes it difficult to grip the ball. And you don't have much margin for error as a spinner. So it's going to be important to keep this ball as dry as possible. But again, Hassan Khan, champion left arm orthodox spinner. This finds the outside edge, no run. And so for me, this is always going to be one of the most interesting passages of play in this game, because Hassan Khan is a brilliant bowler, and getting him to get the ball in the right areas always helps you. But if the ball is slippery and you're having trouble gripping it, that sort of negates your effectiveness as a bowler. But no concern so far from the first 2 deliveries from Hassan Khan. And here's the next delivery. Down the track, going down the ground, goes all the way. Did he go for 6? Nope, landed just in front, but it's still a convincing strike from Shubham Ranjane, skipping down the track to meet that 1.5 volley and going down the ground for 4. Here's a replay, getting down the track and really stroking that one beautifully, and it lands just maybe a foot or so inside the ropes. So the first boundary struck by Shubham Ranjane. Here's the next delivery. Flatter and quicker, pushed to Hamad Azam. Has short extra cover. He is the man who has the towel in hand, who's being tasked with keeping the ball dry. A couple of balls left here in over number 10. Overall temperature has fallen just a little bit. Played away square. That may get to the boundary behind point. And it gets there now. Another boundary for Shubham Ranjane. And so a few runs being scored here. And I'll tell you what, all is not lost here for the Xforia Giants. Looking to play this one. I don't know if he wanted to play it that square. There's a replay where he goes down the ground. The next delivery was played away square and it went away for 4. But for me, it's going to be important to see when Hassan Khan is going to be able to bowl the arm balls that threaten the stumps. And this one goes on with the arm, but just defended to Hamad Azam at cover. 8 runs coming from the over. 2 scoring strokes, both of them boundaries. Halfway through the chase, another 96 runs needed from the next 10 overs. The score is 61 for 2. $61 for 2 is the score after 10. Hamad Azam, 2 overs in the books. Bowled overs 6 and 8. First over that he bowled went for 8 runs. The second over he bowled went for 4 runs, so he's conceded 12. And now he'll be coming back on to bowl. This time bowling from the river end, bowling to Arjun Mahesh. Arjun Mahesh, 19 from 22. Oh my goodness. Arjun Mahesh, has to be said, just gave it away. Similar to Gaurav Bajaj earlier in the innings, walks all the way across to the offside, exposes all three stumps, and has the middle stump knocked back by Hamad Azam. Look at this again. Oh my goodness. He was standing almost outside the wide line when he played that shot. And I think you will find that his coach, oh, looking at this replay, walked so far across that he could not even get anywhere near the delivery. 61 for 3 after the first delivery of over number 11, and that will not make Arjun Mahesh feel any better. I suspect that it will not make Orlando Baker feel any better. But big picture as it relates to this game, that just made the job much more difficult because the one batter who was set, who was batting comfortably, has been dismissed. Arjun Mahesh scores (19) from 23 with 2 fours. Shubham Ranjane and now Chaitanya Bishnoi taking strike. Chaitanya Bishnoi, the man with the gold helmet on, left-handed batter, left arm orthodox spinner. Didn't see him bowl, but he's now going to have to contribute with the bat, and the job is now getting more and more difficult because as of now, facing up to Hamad Azam, see how well he does. Plays it down to deep third. They might have just thought about a second run there, but realistically not on. But immediately off the mark, Chaitanya Bishnoi. But as of now, you've gotten to the stage where the required rate has been consistently going up in the last several overs. It is now up to 9.83. So you're at the stage now where you're needing to score 10 and over. That is not easy under any circumstances. And then having to do it with 2 relatively new batters makes it that much harder. Loud appeal for leg before. I think that's bouncing over a completely different set of stumps. Now a shy at the non-striker's end. This is going to be a leg by signal by umpire Nachimutu. Looking at that replay again, I think I'll want to see this, but it's bouncing over by about 4 inches for me, and I think you just saw that little bit of byplay between Shubham Ranjane and Hamad Azam. Maybe after this delivery. Oh, here's the replay. Okay, look at this ball. For me, this is bouncing over the top. Yeah, that's actually missing the batting pad and hitting the thigh pad. So this is for me bouncing over the top of leg stump. Another good decision by umpire Nachimutu. Next delivery now to Chaitanya Bishnoi. Solid in defense, no run. But bearing in mind, every time you have a dot ball under these circumstances, the required rate goes up. So here we see the replay again. Yeah, for me, he's up off on his toes, and it is missing the batting pad and hitting the thigh pad. So easily bouncing over the top. Off the back foot, that's well played. A lot of work for deep third. He'll get 1. In fact, that's good work by the field at deep third. Doing well enough to cut that one off. But the point I started making as we have 1 ball remaining here in over number 11 is that when you're chasing a target where the required rate is above 6, every single makes the required rate go up. And of course, every dot ball also makes the required rate go up. So you're at the point now, 3 runs having been scored in over number 11, you need to score a 10.15 and over the rest of the way. Down the leg side, and you'll get 4 runs. Whether these are leg buys or actual runs off the bat, I don't think it will matter much. And there's a signal from umpire Nachimutu. They are leg buys. You don't think that it will matter much to these batters. Yeah, definitely coming off the thigh pad that time. Shubham Ranjane tried to play the leg glance. Shubham Ranjane, I think, trying to fool the umpire into thinking that came off the bat. But I think easily that's a 4 leg buys. In any event, 4 runs to the total, 7 runs from the over. Score after 11 is 68 for 3. So another change in bowling. Tajinder Singh, off spinner, right-handed off spinner. So we talked about the fact that it makes it difficult for the bowlers, especially the slow bowlers, to grip the ball with as much dew as you have around. But they've made the decision here, Hamad Azam, to go to the spinners. Oh my goodness, first one's cut away for 4, leaning on this one and going in back into his crease and finding that gap between cover and between backward point and gully for the first boundary. So Chaitanya Bishnoi gets into the act here. This one is again just a touch too wide. There you see on that replay. For me, that ball needs to be more an off stump, and he cashed in eloquently and elegantly. Tajinder Singh needing to find that right line to the left-hander. Down the ground, in fact, in the gap toward extra cover, it should be a couple more runs. Yeah, jogging back for that second run. That is Hassan Khan. Look at that throw. That throw went 80 yards in the air directly to Ramiz Raja. So a 4 and then a 2 to start. So what you're going to want to try to do is to generate some sort of momentum. And if you can do it off of Tajinder Singh, so much the better. Same direction. This might be 4. It's in the gap. No. Good stop out there by Abhimani Paswal. So a couple more runs again. But a productive start to the over. Tajinder Singh is a good bowler, but I think if you're going to talk about the spinners who are in the side, you'd probably prefer Hassan Khan to Tajinder Singh. Under these circumstances, I think Hamad Azam is just trying to see if he can get something to the left-hander. That's why you brought the right-handed off-spinner in. Oh, good stop there by Anwar Ali Khan. But long way to go, but I get the sense that you've gotten a few in this over that make you think that you might be able to generate some momentum toward the back end of this innings. This is a single down to mid-wicket. So 1 ball remaining here with 9 runs having been scored in the over. I think you've gotten yourself in the position where you've started to think, if you're the Xforia Giants, that you can keep manipulating the strike, getting 1s and 2s, pick up the odd boundary, and then seeing how close you can come to this total. Still have many wickets in hand, 7 wickets in hand total. And this is a low full toss played down the ground, long on in position. That is Hassan Khan. Really good throwing arm from the deep. 10 runs coming from the over. Good productive over for the Xforia Giants. Playing the comparison game again. 96 is what the Kingsmen had at this stage in their innings. Xforia Giants have 7-8, so 18 runs adrift from that standpoint. But 3 wickets in, or 3 wickets gone, so they do have some room to close that gap. Score after 12 is 78 for 3. Hamad Azam will be bowling his last over. 3 overs, 1 for 14. And he'll be bowling to Shubham Ranjane, 10 from 11. Does it all now fall to Shubham Ranjane to try to accelerate things? The required rate hovering around 10, 9.88. But Shubham Ranjane does have the capability of hitting big. Oh, I'll tell you what, he was winding up for a big shot that time and then checked the stroke just in time. That is good batting. He wanted to go for the big strike. There's long on and long off in position. And he checked the stroke just at the last second as if to say, nope, not quite there for the big shot. So that's a good piece of batting. 5 balls remaining now in the spell for Hamad Azam. 1 wicket taken. 14 runs conceded. Oh, gets that one, sweeping it around the corner. Wanted a single there. Tell you what, I don't know that he would realistically have had a chance of getting a single there. The ball traveled directly to short fine leg, and he's remonstrating a little bit toward Chaitanya Bishnoi, but I think Chaitanya Bishnoi did the right thing and not going for the single there. Look at that clean pickup and a shot at the stumps. Had they gone for a run there, it may have been terminal. 4 balls remaining here in over number 13. Worked into the deep. I think they'll just get 1 here. That is clean pickup, Tajinder Singh out there on the boundary. So that, just that little bit, anytime you have the type of target that you're chasing where you're getting close to the end of the innings, a few dot balls in a row or a few balls where there are only a few runs conceded can really make a big difference on the overall scoring rate or the required rate. The required rate, it was down 9.8 before this over. It is now back up to 10.4. So it is sort of a lesson that tells you that you need to keep scoring. Next delivery, swipe and a miss, and that dot does not help with what I'm talking about, because it now means that you've gotten yourself in the position with Hamad Azam with 2 balls remaining where you're starting to plan the rest of the innings, the rest of the bowlers that you might want to attack. And there you see the fielders in the deep for the left-handed Chaitanya Bishnoi hitting big to the big side. And this is the big side, and there's a fielder there exactly for that catch. That is exactly what I was about to point out, because the man in the deep is there for that exact reason. It's the big side of the ground, and so you want for Chaitanya Bishnoi to hit to that side. And here you see him advancing down the track and trying to take on that 85, 82-yard boundary. That replay tells you that he was probably 15 yards short of that boundary, and that's a good clean catch taken down low by Abhimanyu Paswal. And that is wicket number 4 that goes down. Hamad Azam takes another, and the Dallas Xforia Giants are now struggling genuinely at 79 for 4. Just looking at that replay again, the ball lofted into the air. Abhimanyu Paswal, a good fielder, takes that catch down low. And I'll tell you that those catches are not easy because, again, there's a lot of dew around, and that ball is difficult to grip. It's absolutely difficult to catch. So to be able to cling on to those types of catches is a credit. New batter in. And this is going to be Naushad Sheikh. Last ball of the day for Hamad Azam. Played into the offside. They'll get a single. That's all they'll get. That's all they'll need. Naushad Sheikh will keep the strike. And that is the end of a good spell by Hamad Azam. Ends up here with 4 overs, no maidens, but excellent figures. 2 for 16, are very economical. And as I said, when you fail in one area as an all-rounder, that motivates you to contribute in the other areas. I think he did exactly that, the captain. End of over number 13. The score is 79 for 4. Make that 80 for 4. Hassan Khan back into the attack. Oh, quicker delivery. Goes past the outside edge of Naushad Sheikh. And Naushad Sheikh, 1 from 2. Shubham Ranjana, 11 from 14. This one is tossed up and swept away for 4. Or will it get to the boundary? Long run by Abhimanyu Paswal. My goodness, all the effort in the world. And he almost pulled it off. That is a brilliant effort. Not quite able to do it. Off the bat, I thought it was 4 immediately. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Abimanya Paswal made it close, but it didn't quite get to it. That replay shows you that ball was too straight. And look at this effort there. He actually gets a hand to it, but not able to pull it back in time. So Hassan Khan swept away for 4 from his second delivery, starting up more expensively than he ordinarily would here. 12 runs conceded from 1 over and 2 balls, and this is played into the offside for a single. And I've already told you the reason why I think that the spinners, number 1, were held back for so long, and then number 2, why they were in some ways not as effective as they ordinarily would be. Works this around the corner. This is going to be Ehsan Adil. I think he may have just gloved that one, so it didn't sound like it came off the bat, but no signal other than umpire Samir Bandekar signaling to his partner that 2 balls are left. So let's give him credit for gloving that one towards short fine leg. 2 balls remaining now in over number 14. Push through quickly, hammered down to the ground, a long run, good sliding stop in the deep, and he does well to cut that off. So keeping the damage to 1. 7 runs from the over so far, 1 ball remaining here. There you see Hassan Khan furiously drying that ball. Ladies and gentlemen, this dew is a real factor. It is very, very wet in the outfield, and it makes it very difficult to grip the ball. This is played into the leg side. They may try to get 2 here, coming back for the second, and they'll get it without much fuss. 9 runs coming from the over. 36 come from the last 5. Another 6 to 8 runs needed in the next 36 balls. And there you see the worm. The red worm is well below the blue worm, and you want, if you're the Xforia Giants, for those 2 worms to start getting closer to each other. Last 6 coming up, 89 for 4. So your required rate is now 11.3, and it is getting progressively more difficult. Anwar Ali Khan has 1 over left, and he'll be bowling now to Naushad Sheikh. Scoop shot. That's the first time you've seen it for the day, and it goes away for 4. I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of courage to get in line with the delivery from a bowler bowling as quickly as Anwar Ali Khan is and scooping it behind your shoulder, over your shoulder for 4. That's what he does here. Couple of bounces directly behind the keeper. Of course, no fielder ever positioned behind the keeper. So positive start to the over. Another 64 runs needed in the next 35 balls. Is it doable? Yes. Is it difficult? Absolutely. And is it even more difficult with 4 wickets down? You bet. But you will not be thinking that right now if you are Naushad Sheikh and Shubham Ranjani. Partnership now worth 14. Looking to see how close they can push toward this total. Played off the back foot to backward point. That is Hassan Khan in that position. You've seen him fielding there throughout the day. Very, very sure pair of hands in that position. And once again, the game within the game. That ball was thrown directly to Zia ul Haq, who is down at mid-on. And his one job at this stage is to keep the ball dry. So he has the towel, and he's the one who's going to be tasked with keeping that ball dry, because again, you might just be able to see that on your screens. There's a lot of dew, so much dew on the ground, and it makes it so much difficult for the bowlers. They're not thinking about that now, though. Next delivery, pulled away into the deep. Catchable, is it? No. Tajinder Singh coming off the ropes, not quite able to get there to put in the dive, but You limit the damage to 1 run, and every time you do that, it makes things more difficult for the batting side. Required rate now 11.45. Anwar Ali, look at this run up. And here we see there. My goodness, Anwar Ali is very, very quick. Probably for me the quickest of the bowlers in the side. And I think you'll see with only 3 balls left in the day for him that these 3 deliveries may be the 3 quickest that he can bowl. Worked into the leg side, a single here. Well, I may have to modify the statement I just made, because I don't know that you can try to bowl as quickly as you possibly can with as much dew around as there is. Yes, you have spikes on as a fast bowler, and yes, you have much of the momentum that you generate from your arms and your shoulders, but if you don't have as sure a footing as you ordinarily would, then it makes it more difficult to plant. And just in his run up here, see, not quite sprinting through the crease as he normally does. Here we are again, back to live action. Next delivery, played in the offside. They'll get a single here. Hassan Khan, whose name we've called a number of times already, is in the position to clean that up. But you're now at the stage where your required rate is almost 12, 11.81. You're scoring at the rate of 6.47, so you're going to have to almost double your scoring rate from here over the next 31 balls, and it makes it extremely difficult because you have 5 overs remaining. Ziaul Haq still has 2, Ehsan Adil has 2, and Anwar Ali Khan is bowling his last. So 4 of the next 5 will be bowled by the opening bowlers. Appeal for a wicket and given. A loud appeal for LBW. Looking at it from here, it's a little bit difficult to see. I think Shubham Ranjane was of the opinion that it was a little high, but we'll look at the replay and see here. Oh no, that is dead in front. I think that is in front. Impact is in line with off stump, and with that angle, I think that is going on to hit middle and leg. Look at this again. This is good action, a good slower delivery. So he bowls an off cutter, and he give him full credit for that. And there, excellent camera work and excellent graphics. That impact is right in line with off stump. And for me, even though it's a little high, it's probably hitting the top of middle and leg. That is absolutely brilliant umpiring and great camera work at the same time. So, a wicket off the last ball of his spell, Anwar Ali Khan. And that means that the Chicago Kingsmen have another stranglehold on this game. The Dallas Xforia Giants, after 15, are 96 for 5. Another look at this LBW again. Slower delivery, so give credit there to the bowler, Anwar Ali. In the meantime, we have a new bowler, and this is going to be, in fact, before we look at that replay. That replay shows that that impact is just in line with off stump. And for me, that is hitting the top of middle and leg. So, we said earlier 4 of the next 5 overs would be bowled by Ziaul Haq and Ehsan Adil. And so that left 1 over to be bowled by somebody else. And that somebody else that somebody else is Saad Ali, who is now bowling. Conceded a single from that first ball. And I think that you'll see now the rest of the way you'll have a steady diet of fast bowling. Top edge over the top of Esanadil. It will run away for 4. My goodness. He's stretched out. He's a big man, not quite able to get to it. Palmed it over the goalpost, if you will. And it goes all the way for 4 to boot. So fortuitous boundary for Remandar. Not something that he'll want to write home about, but he'll take the moral victory, if you will. You see Esanadil getting a hand to it, but not able to keep it from running away to the boundary. So Anwar Ali Khan bowled really well, and you see him take a wicket with that last ball of his last over. And so you're now at the stage where the required rate is north. In fact, it's exactly 12. Played back to the bowler here, Saad Ali. And now you're to the stage where things are getting more and more difficult. Saad Ali is not a frontline bowler, but can bowl well enough in the right circumstances. And I think this requires the right circumstances, and I may have just jinxed him because Remandar has just put him in the seats at mid-wicket. That was a solid strike and went all the way for 6. Now, scoring will be difficult the rest of the way, but I think you'll find here as Remandar leans into this one, and that is a solid strike that goes all the way for 6. Now, I think you'll find that the rest of the way it's going to be a steady diet of Esanadil and Ziaul Haq. But we have to get through this over first. Tries to repeat the dosage. Look at that piece of work. Excellent work to his own bowling by Saad Ali. So 1 ball remaining here. 11 runs conceded from over number 16. And from here, you're looking at a scoring rate required of 12 and over. 2 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. 50 runs needed from the next 25. Driven down the ground. Should just be a single. Remandar will be on strike to start the next over. 12 come from that over. They'll need to do that the rest of the way if they're going to challenge in this game. 49 runs needed from the next 24 balls. The score is 108 for 5. One away for 5, as I suspected. It would have been one of either Esanadil or Ziaul Haq to bowl over number 17. It's going to be Esanadil. Long run up that starts outside of the 30-yard circle. Looks like about a 33-yard run up. Bowling now to Remandar. Remandar, a few runs in that last over, 11 from 5, but he's facing up to a really good bowler here. In the air, catchable, is it? It is catchable and bobbled and taken. So 1 ball into over number 17, and Esanadil gets again into the wicket column. Sliced off the outside edge, and the fielder running back from backward point. Not able to get a hold of that one, Remandar. And look at that good catch, Tajinder Singh it is who takes that catch. Running back, never easy to run back and catch over your shoulder, but it makes it look, after you bobble it a couple times, eventually makes it look easy. So wicket number 6 it is that goes down. Remandar had fun while he was out there for a couple of overs, a couple of balls, but he ends up being dismissed here for 11. That is wicket number 6 that goes down. The score is 108 for 6. So 108 for 6. The Kingsmen have had the better of this game for, I would think, the last 8 or so overs. And they continue a stranglehold here as the new batter is now in. Ehsan Adil off the long run. Played away into the deep. That's a long run by Anwar Ali Khan. Good diving stop. Does well enough to save 2 runs. Ooh, do they come back for 3rd? Okay, may have ended up only saving 1 run there. I think they ran 3 on that. And we'll get the name of the new batter as soon as possible, but I'll tell you what, that's a good piece of work. That's Harish Kakani at the wicket. Harish Kakani played it into the deep. Good effort in the deep by Anwar Ali Khan, but still 3 runs, ends up saving 1 run. And it is now Nashad Sheikh, 14 from 10, and it's going to be up to him, you would think, if they're going to make anything close to a realistic effort at getting this, overhauling this target, he would have to have a lot to do with it. Slammed away, but this is directly to Anwar Ali Khan. So single into the deep, so that puts you in the position now where you're only having another 21 balls to face and you need 45 runs. So the required rate up around 13. And it is at the stage in the innings where this becomes progressively more and more difficult. Scoreboard pressure starts kicking in. You certainly get to the stage where you see the required rate increasing with every delivery. And this is where a good team like Chicago tends to put people away. Played away into the deep again. This is going to be Anwar Ali Khan with a good strong throw yet again. Not surprising that a fast bowler has such a good arm. 2 balls remaining here in over number 17. 44 needed from the next 20 balls. So this again is getting more and more difficult, going further and further away from your capabilities if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants and you only have 2 former international fast bowlers to try to score off of. Ziaul Haq, you would think, would come in and bowl over number 18. And this is played down the ground, long on in position. Tajinder Singh coming across from mid-wicket. Just doing it in singles. Singles will not be good enough. And again, the rest of the way after this next delivery, that will be end up over number 17. Then you'll have 3 overs left. The problem, if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants, is that 2 of those 3 will be bowled by Ziaul Haq. He would think would be bowled, or he'll be bowling 18 and 20. And Ehsan Adil has 1 over and 1 ball remaining, so he would also, you would think, bowl over number 19. So needless to say, very difficult task here. Yorker cleaned him up. Absolutely brilliant. The ball pierces between the middle and off stump and goes all the way down to the boundary, if you can believe it. Full and straight. Look at this delivery from Ehsan Adil. Right in the block hole. Absolutely brilliant. Exactly what you want your fast bowler to do at this stage of the innings. That is the end of over number 17. Ehsan Adil has his 3rd. That is the end of Harish Kakani. And all of a sudden, this is becoming essentially mission impossible for the Dallas Xforia Giants. End of 17, 114 for 7. 114 for 7. The new batter is Sankirth Batula. He will not be on strike because that wicket fell off of the last ball of the previous over. And it is now going to be Zia-ul Haq coming from the theater end, bowling to Naushad Sheikh. Easy catch here for mid-off. Wicket number 8 goes down. And it's all over but the shouting here for the Dallas Xforia Giants. Beating him for pace. Looking to pull that one away, but not really getting anywhere near the middle of the bat. Just going off essentially the splice and the simplest of catches taken at mid-off. So that is the 9th, or make that the 8th wicket that goes down. Zia-ul Haq getting amongst the wickets for the first time. 2.1 overs, 1 for 12 are his figures. And victory slipping that much further away from the Dallas Xforia Giants. So just 2 wickets remaining here. About the only drama that's remaining in this match is whether or not the Xforia Giants will be bowled out before the Kingsmen bowl 20 overs. 43 runs needed from the next 17 balls. You don't get the sense that that's realistic. The new batter in is going to be Abhinav Chowdhury. And here's Zia-ul Haq again. Oof, half-hearted wave at that one going past the outside edge. So a couple of dots to start over number 18 here, the first of which took a wicket. And once again, it essentially means that the rest of the way, the only intrigue is not knowing whether or not one team or the other is going to win. The only intrigue is known by what margin are the Kingsmen going to claim victory. This goes off of the outer edge and trickled down to deep third for a single. It's now going to be Sankirth Batula on strike for the first time. Tall, fast bowler. Did well with the ball earlier, but he's now going to be asked to do something very different. Zia-ul Haq, left arm, quick. Here he is. Short delivery, worked around the corner. Ehsan Adil, who does the cleanup work. So the intrigue again has been taken out of this game. It will be the Chicago Kingsmen who maintain their grip on the number 1 position in the playoffs, or in the division that has them as the number 1 team from the Central Division. Maybe after the over, we'll go through what this looks like in terms of the playoffs, because the playoffs again start on Tuesday of this week. Full and straight, driven to short extra cover. Oh, brilliant pickup and a throw by Hamad Azam. That is great work by the captain. Didn't hit the stumps directly, but that was a very athletic pickup and throw. See if we can pick it up here. Played into the deep. Look at Hamad Azam coming from the right of your screen. Sliding pickup, clean pickup and a throw at the stumps. Boy, had he hit, he would have been gone. That is a great piece of work by the captain. Setting the tone from the top. Last ball here in over number 18. Full toss. And only played it back to the short extra cover area, no run. That is the end of over number 18. So as I was saying, let's go through what this might look like for the playoffs. Because if things continue the way that they are right now, the Kingsmen end up being the number 1 team in the Central Division, which would mean that the playoffs starting on Monday, make that on Tuesday. Here we see the points table. Chicago Kingsmen 13. They will end up with 15 points. And the Dallas Xforia Giants will remain in second place with 11 points. So what this means is that the playoffs start on Tuesday. The first game is Tuesday morning, the Baltimore Royals and the Seattle Thunderbolts. Tuesday afternoon, East Bay Blazers and the Morrisville Raptors. Tuesday evening, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers and the same Dallas Xforia Giants. And 3 games a day on the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. A lot of cricket this week. If you're anywhere near the Dallas, Texas area, come on down and enjoy, because again, these games are completely free. There is no cost to attend. You're essentially sitting in the same stadium where the major league matches took place and where you saw the World Cup earlier this year, this summer. And let's just say the temperature will be a lot cooler now than it was when the World Cup was played this summer. So please do yourselves a favor, come watch some high quality cricket right here in Grand Prairie. In the meantime, over number 19, this is Ehsan Adil bowling his last over. A dot ball to start with. The second delivery is played down to long on for a single. And so again, it's just a matter of knowing what the final margin of victory is going to be. As of right now, 39 runs still needed for the Xforia Giants. And going back to the playoffs for a second, let's just look at each team or each division and what the teams ended up with. The New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers ended up being the #1 team, or will end up being the #1 team. They play the #2 team, the New Jersey Stallions, tomorrow. But even if the New Jersey Stallions win, there is such a gap between those two in terms of net run rate that the Somerset Cavaliers will still be #1. In the West, East Bay Blazers #1 and the Seattle Thunderbolts #2. In the South, the Baltimore Royals are the #1 team. How about that? The Baltimore Royals into the competition for the very first time and making the playoffs as the #1 team from their division. So that's great work by them. The Morrisville Raptors are #2. And we talked about the Central already, right here where the Chicago Kingsmen will solidify their hold on the #1 spot. And that does mean that you have a solid group of cricketers and a solid group of talent to be on display right here in Grand Prairie this week. So once again, at the risk of repeating myself, please come on down and watch some cricket. Pulled away into the deep, should just be a single here. Tajinder Singh it is, I believe, out there, who's cleaning that up. So, just knowing what the final score is going to be is about the only intrigue left in this match, as the Dallas Xforia Giants are unfortunately going to go down in a heap. May have just lost the graphics on the screen. Let's just say that the score as of right now is 119 for 8. Oh, we do have the graphics back. Just that quickly. 119 for 8. 2 balls remaining here for Ehsan Adil. Short delivery, worked around, tried to pull it. Didn't quite make the best contact with it. Gets a single down to square leg. And this should be the last ball. Ehsan Adil again expressing displeasure with his planting spot. 120 runs on the board, so they will end up falling short probably by some 30 or so runs. They're needing from here 37 runs to win this match. I don't think that there will be much intrigue left the rest of the way, but you still want to give a good account for yourself. So Ehsan Adil looking to close here with a bang, with a flourish. And Ramiz Raja, the man with the gloves on, had a good start with the bat and then has kept creditably in this innings, as you expect from him. Last ball for Ehsan Adil. A Yorker is what he goes for. It's clipped away into the deep. They make no effort to come back for the second run. So a single closes things out. Over number 19 is done. 4 runs coming from that over. And the end of it, over 19, it's 121 for 8. Last over on the way here is Ziaul Haq, as we suspected, will be the one tasked with closing up proceedings here at Grand Prairie. The Chicago Kingsmen will win this game with relative ease. The batters are Sanket Batula, 3 from 6, and Abhinav Chowdhury, 4 from 6. You don't expect that this pair will get anywhere close to the target, and in fact you need more than 43 runs in this over, or at least the strike rate that you need, or the scoring rate is in excess of 40, so that's not going to happen. So a couple of dot balls to start here in over number 20. Once again, about the only intrigue is knowing what the final margin of victory is going to be. You've only squeezed yourself to within 77% of the way to your target. The Dallas Xforia Giants are going to fall short, and they may think of this as a dress rehearsal for this coming week. Looking to work this away on the leg side. A big grunt from Ziaul Haq as he releases that one. Down to the last 3 balls here. And this is a tremendous, tremendous way to close out the regular season right here in Grand Prairie. And once again, at the risk of repeating myself, Grand Prairie, Texas is the site of the entirety of the minor league 2024 playoffs this year. 3 games each day, morning, afternoon, and evening on Tuesday through Friday of this week. Half-hearted appeal for leg before. I believe that's an inside edge onto the pad. No signal from umpire Samir Bandekar, so I believe that's exactly what happened. Now, so 3 games a day on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That is the round-robin stages between 2 groups, groups 1 and group 2. The 2 teams that come out on top, 1 team from each group, will be the ones that challenge each other for the final next Sunday. Swipe and a miss, and over number 20 has 1 ball remaining, which means the regular season minor league cricket 2024 has 1 ball remaining. Looking at this, a big swipe and a miss. Ziaul Haq with a great delivery, slower delivery too. Great piece of bowling. And that's the LBW shout. That's missing everything, plus it was an inside edge, so not much going for that shout. Anyway, last ball coming up here. 122 runs on the board. And here it is. Slower delivery played down to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. That is the end of the game. The Dallas Xforia Giants challenged for a while, but fell short at the end. Chicago Kingsmen win it by the margin of 34 runs. Quick run through on the scorecard. You have scores all the way down where people got starts, but nobody really challenged. Gaurav Bajaj, 19 from 17. Arjun Mahesh, 19 from 23. Akashi Gomel, 10 from 13. Shubham Ranjane, 15 from 18. Chaitanya Bishnoi, 11 from 10. Naushad Sheikh, 16 from 13. Remandar, 11 from 6. And then toward the back end, you have a trio of 4s, Harsh Kakani, Sankrit Batula, and Abhinav Chowdhury, all with 4 against their names. Gaurav Patwal not needed with the bats. For the bowlers, I thought they bowled well, especially setting the tone up front. The 2 quick bowlers, Ziaul Haq and Ehsan Adil. Ziaul Haq ending up 4 overs, 1 for 16, and Ehsan Adil 4 overs, 3 for 23. The pick of the bowlers for me. Then Anwar Ali Khan bowled well, 4 overs, 2 for 22. Hamad Azam really bowled well, 4 overs, 2 for 16. 17 runs conceded from the spinner Hassan Khan, so he was not as effective, and I've mentioned the reasons why I thought that was the case. Tajinder Singh and Syed Ali also bowling 1 over each. But pretty much a consistent effort from the very top by the Kingsmen, who I didn't think scored as many runs as they would have wanted to, but ended up doing very well to restrict the Dallas Xforia Giants. Here's your summary. The Kingsmen putting up 156, and the Dallas Xforia Giants in chase of 157, falling short by 34 runs. And that concludes our coverage from right here in the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. Again, at the risk of repeating myself, we have free cricket. If you can get down to Grand Prairie, Texas, from wherever you can hear the sound of my voice, you can get here, and the only cost to attend is whatever it takes for you to get to Grand Prairie, because there is no charge to attend these matches, feel free to come in. The stadium holds as many as 7,000 people, so feel free to come in and make as much noise as you want. Brilliant cricket ahead of us this week. For right now, we're signing off from the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. Brian Walters, happy to have been with you here today, and we will see you on Tuesday for the playoffs. Good night and good luck.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.